time, we shall take around 10 to 15 minutes, if possible. Let's try and summarize. We have Mr. Are you Moses? Yeah, you present something very, very interesting on water. I know there are many questions, but because of time, I think we shall have about 2, 3. Personally, I liked your presentation. It's from my background of medicine. Water is very important in public health. But this fluoride being an issue and fluorosis affecting teeth and bones, I don't know whether from your interaction with the literature and the medical scientists, you found a number of public health implications, and if so, whether they call for research in that area to do studies to see whether there are major diseases like cancer of bone and all that coming up. And when you design an intervention, you came up with adsorbents, are they? Using adsorption techniques, meaning that the fluoride, which is an anion, is taken up by a number of, shall I call it a compound. What settles after the removal of fluoride, if it is still in the public water system? Will it be safe? Will the water remain safe? And you talked of it being controversial, whether fluoride is beneficial or deleterious. You seem to bring the school of thought that it is not beneficial. You want us to get away, do with fluoride, if I got you right. Just a comment.
Thank you very much.
Recording in progress.
Yes. Let me start with the last one. Fluoride, the beneficial effects of fluoride were discovered in the 1930s. There were experiments that were done, and they were able to show that a tooth that is exposed to fluoride does not easily decay. And then the question was, how should the fluoride be administered to a person? Should it be through, maybe you ingest the water, or you simply supply the fluoride to the tooth surface? And from the current understanding of the way fluoride works to prevent tooth decay, it is indeed proven that fluoride helps prevent tooth decay through several mechanisms, including being a poison itself. It actually inhibits the activity of those enzymes, those bacteria, oral bacteria. And you know, a tooth is mainly hydroxyapatite. The inorganic component of tooth is hydroxyapatite. It's a phosphate compound, but with hydroxide groups. Now, fluoride displaces hydroxide groups from the tooth surface, and instead it forms fluoroapatite. Now, that fluoroapatite has been proven to be less easily corroded, even when those bacterial acids, those acids are generated by those bacteria. So, from the current understanding, there should be topical administration of fluoride, either in form of mouth rinses or toothpaste and whatever. But also this is risky to children who tend to swallow their toothpaste. But it should be topical rather than systemic. That is from the current understanding. Then, whether fluoride causes some cancers, yes, there has been a lot of work to try to show. It has been, yeah, from what I have read and in the literature, the evidence is not conclusive. But it has been shown to encourage some growth of some cancers. I think tumors they call them lesions. I do not know the medical.
Lesions, yeah, on the bones. Are those studies local or they are not in Uganda?
They are international, but if you try to review all of them, they are not conclusive.
Because my interest is that we could interest our medical PhDs to go to those areas like Tororo, do longitudinal studies about any public health implications.
The evidence in literature relating cancers to fluoride is not conclusive. The data is there, but it is scattered data, which has, even in my thesis I've presented it, it's not conclusive. This more work can be done in this, but it has been shown to encourage those growths in rats. Yeah. And then, whether after treating water using this substance here, this composite adsorbent, whether the water is safe. We did a leaching test. I presented it in one of the slides. Because we know exactly what we added into this compound. We know we use carboxymethyl cellulose, CMC. CMC is a food grade compound. It is used in making mayonnaise and most of these other, I think even these juices, if you want to make juice like this Afia and the Minute Maid, that thick ingredient in it is actually carboxymethyl cellulose. It's a food grade compound, so that one is okay. But then in this carboxymethyl cellulose backbone, we added there compounds of aluminium, and we know aluminium can cause Alzheimer's disease. Then there is also iron, which we added there. Yes, iron is good, yes, but when you study the bioinorganic chemistry of iron and aluminium, all these elements which are apparently important, too much of it becomes a poison also. Yeah, but we did the leaching test to see whether we got ultra pure water. Then we measured the amount of iron and aluminium in that water initially. Then after that, we subjected this water to contact with this adsorbent material. Then after that, we evaluated how much iron and how much aluminium leaches from this material into the final treated water. And we found that the leaching is somehow there, but not significant. The figures don't go beyond the World Health Organization limits for those elements. Yeah. Even total organic carbon, we evaluated the amount of total organic carbon, because because of that cellulose backbone, there would be TOC in the final treated water, and that TOC would be important because, like in most of our cases here, we use chlorination to treat water. So when chlorination finds a lot of organics in the water, there is sometimes formation of chlorinated organics which could be poisonous as well. But also we found that the amount of TOC, total organic carbon, that leaches into the final treated water is within acceptable range.
Thank you, Moses. Any question? Yes, Grace, Professor Kaguru.
Thank you, Moses, for that beautiful research you have done over the years. I note that one of your stakeholders, or where your research can be applied, is, for example, National Water and Sewerage Corporation. Have you been in touch with them? Is this what you have come up with applicable? And what is the cost effectiveness as far as supply of safe water in those affected areas is concerned, both at corporate level and also at domestic level? And I want to go back to what you mentioned about the leaching tests that you did. I would want to know, after how long did you do this leaching test? In other words, how long did the compound stay in the water? Or after how long was the compound in the water when you did this leaching test? Is there a possibility, if this compound stayed longer, that more leaching of these minerals would actually get into the water and therefore making the water unsafe? Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Again, starting with the last one, we got this material and then shook it in an orbital shaker for 24 hours with there is a leaching protocol which we follow. And then we did that evaluation, but it was 24 hours of contact. And then, but also we note that in the actual experimental setup, the time of contact by the time you put the contaminated water into the adsorbent cartridge, and then the time the water comes from the other side, it is significantly less time. So possibly, because this would be like, these water dispensers which we have here. You have treated water which is contaminated somewhere, then on the other side you open the tap and then the water will run through the cartridge and then you get treated water. So I wouldn't imagine it would be an area to worry about, because the testing was more vigorous and we found still significant. And given the short time of contact and the time you need to get treated water, I think it wouldn't worry us much, although still we would need to evaluate this a little bit more if it is to get into a real product that can be put out there. And then contact with the national water, whether they can, these are in rural areas, usually. The user could be anyone who is interested in treating water. It could be an entrepreneur, it could be national water, it could be any policymaker who wants to get data evidence to make decisions. But you see the way national water works, even if you go to Spencon down here, we use the most traditional means of treating water. And I don't think anyone trusts water from national water, that you get water from your tap and drink it. Because if you look at the process down there is basically coagulation, where they add alum or the polymeric coagulant to try to remove the red color. Basically, the suspended colloidal particles in that water. Then when those colloidal particles settle and the water is clear, then they simply go and do sand filtration and possibly chlorination to kill germs. But even that process of chlorination, and then we are using water lines which were maybe laid down 50 years ago. So the water from the other side could be okay, but the supply system could be old, and we could get other contaminations along the way. But in other countries, somebody told me about water in South Africa, where you simply go to tap water in your house and you get it in your glass and you drink it and it is safe, because in addition to after clarifying the water, there are other stages which are added there, which are too expensive for economies like ours. Because in those countries they do ozonation. Even in Japan, they add the step of ozonation there, and possibly even UV treatment, which essentially this Rwenzori water and the rest do. So they would do it at that level so that everybody gets safe water. But we can't afford this. So even if you have this material here, this one at a concept level it works, at least I'm sure. Now the scalability, we have also been able to show that it works, because the lab where I was, water is a big problem in India. It's not like us here where you just go and get any water and you can drink and survive. The water from a borehole cannot be drunk. The water from the tap, you can't drink it. It's just conductivity of around 800 microsiemens, which is not drinkable basically. You get more thirsty when you drink it. So, but they are pilot. In fact, I went and visited one of them. I was in Chennai, but actually they sponsored me and I went to visit one of their facilities in Bangalore, where there is a community, a kind of kiosk, where this technology is being applied, and it works. But whether our government or anybody at that level is willing to implement these kinds of things for such poor communities is a question for another day, possibly.
So cost effectiveness was not part of the scope.
I did cost analysis.
Cost analysis only.
Yes.
Not effectiveness.
The input versus the output. And
yes.
I was able to find you need around was it $3 per kiloliter, per 1,000 liter, which is not very cheap. We know our villages, nobody wants to buy water. So
yeah, but I think these are important findings. So maybe during dissemination or for your postdoc, you need to engage those stakeholders, as Prof suggested, so that for those target areas, this could be looked at at least interface with them. Any other question? There is one from Simon, yes.
I think I'm not enough. Thanks, Mr. Moses, for the presentation. Mine are just comments which I think that I'm welcome and good in the first half. On your main objective, the way stated, sounding like you want to generate information. But after presenting us of your work, it is more than that. Okay? You try to align your main objective with the work you've done. For sure, you've done so much work. When you say you want to generate information, I was like, this. But after presenting your work, you are doing too much. So try to align it. Then, when you are presenting your literature, it was too old, those studies. And I was wondering, the literature was too old, and I was wondering, did you try to find out the current literature, because they were dating way back 1970, 71. I think the latest was around 19 something. There was a slide when you were presenting those literature. Then, lastly, I was imagining, maybe if I may pose a question, you can answer it. Where do you work?
I work in Busitema University.
Busitema University. So my question is about, why did you choose, is it Sukulu? Sukulu Hills, and Tororo specifically. What was the percentage of population in Tororo who use underground water? That would be very, very, very important. Okay, you leave me biased. I say you work in Busema University; it is close to Tororo. Maybe you chose it for comfort and so on. But I want you to come out clearly and give us scientific reasons why, of all places in Uganda, you chose Sukulu Hills and so on. But the work is really, really good. Thank you very much. They are just comments.
Thank you very much for the question.
Yeah, thank you so much, Moses. Somewhere you said you wanted to work on fluoride-free water. Somewhere in the presentation, there was something about fluoride-free water. And I just imagined whether that's achievable, because we know that there will be fluoride. And the last one is, when you're doing your intervention, you are looking at a cutoff of 1.5 ppm from what you showed us. Am I right?
Yeah.
And yet the cutoff that you calculated that would be good for Busukuru Hills was 0.4 ppm. So why didn't you aim for what you actually had calculated? Because we know that the WHO values were average. They were not for Busukuru. And you did calculate something for Busukuru. I would think it would be much more beneficial, because you come with your innovation, people take it up, and they'll still get fluorosis. So will you have helped the community at the end of the day?
Let's hear from Jonas and you answer.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. I'd like to thank Moses Ego for this study. I understand he has already submitted the book for marking. So what we are doing is probably to prepare him for the defense, because I don't know whether he can go to the lab. But I want to build on what Professor Mbarara has just asked. This presentation was mainly in two parts, if I remember well. There's part B where you're focusing on developing that nanocomposite adsorbent. There's part one which has many things. I think part one, in terms of presentation, needs to be better conceptualized, because you talked of those limits, the guidelines by WHO, UNBS for potable water, where 1.5 is the ideal. But then above 1.5, there's fluorosis. Below 1.5 is a problem still. So then you talk about the weather data. So it doesn't really come, so does it mean that for some people, below 1.5 is okay, and for another group of people based on the weather data. I don't even understand what weather data means. You talked of sunshine and rainfall. And then the water, the fluoride in the water. And then the risks vary depending on the weather data. So I think the conceptualization of that part of the study, which is part one, needs to be, adjusted, fine-tuned, so that it can be well understood that even 0.4 that you calculated for this community is okay based on their circumstances, without having that risk. Then the other thing is, at the very introduction, you said fluoride is a group 17 element. I had group 17. Then I was wondering, have things changed since we were in school, chemistry classes? Because we stop at group 7 or something. I know Professor is laughing at me because I'm not from chemistry. So maybe what is group 17 and where does fluoride actually lie? The other one is on terminologies. You have defluorination in some cases. In other cases, you have defluoridation. So are they the same? So when you talk of defluorination, does it mean the same as defluoridation? I know one is a fluoride, one is a fluorine, but maybe we need to be clear on that, whether they mean the same thing. You talked of SDGs 3 and 6, but I think when it came to the presentation, you skipped them. We wanted to be sure how your work is aligned to these 2 SDGs. And then in terms of the paper, you highlighted some of the work you've published. But then when I looked at the work, you published with someone who is not your supervisor. Yet the supervisors are not there in that publication. You have 3 supervisors, but the co-author is not one of them, and all the other 3 are missing on that publication. So is it part of your PhD, or is it something that is outside this PhD? Because I would imagine, if I was an examiner, I would be asking you such questions. You also highlighted related works. So I guess these were works by other people that you think can inform your study, but I don't know whether you really need to take the screenshots of that work rather than just mentioning the authors and the key parts, rather key outputs from that work. Then the last one is, how much water do you have to run through that cartridge to reach the point of saturation, or like maybe losing the effectiveness? Because if some of the cations are leaching out of this cartridge, then at some point maybe to lose its effectiveness. So at what point do we lose the effectiveness of the cartridge, and then you have to discard it and maybe install a new one? Thank you.
Yes, proceed.
Thank you very much, and thank you for all the questions. How much water? This was illustrated somehow in these graphs. Let me just show here. In this one, we used synthetic water from the lab. We made solutions containing known amounts of fluoride, and then we ran it through. And then this one was actual water got from naturally contaminated boreholes on Sukulu Hills. And based on the figure of 1.5, which we put as which is there and generally recognized as the cutoff value, we found that for natural water, this water source usually contains around 3 ppm of fluoride from our measurements. But we found, basically, we were able to run up to around 110 liters to get water which has below 1.5 ppm. Whereas in this other case, we were able to get about 1 jerrycan, a 20-liter jerrycan of treated water. But also, we were able to show that usually it depends on the composition of this water. Usually different waters from different places have different parameters. And it has been shown that several other competitive ions are present which compete with the fluoride for the adsorption sites on the adsorption of the adsorbent. So it largely depends on the quality of the water being treated also. Other factors like the total dissolved solids and other dissolved ions which we did not look into. And then outputs from the papers rather than simply putting their names. I think I'll do this. I think, yeah, I will make it better. And then supervisors not in the papers. Wow. This one is a hard one to answer, but as I said in the beginning, this PhD journey has meandered too much to the level where I had to change supervisors along the way. Just last year is when I got supervisors. The person I started with, or the people I started with are not the people I'm finishing with. And several factors along the way, for sure, that Professor Leju is aware of, and also Professor Batwala is aware. It wasn't my intention that it goes that way, but there are some factors that are beyond our control.
But you acknowledge them in your book.
Pardon?
The initial supervisors are part of the acknowledgements.
Yes, if I can just show you one of the last.
No, proceed.
Okay, they acknowledged. Yeah. Like in a particular case of Professor Birungi, with whom we authored the first paper, is acknowledged. SDGs, yeah, these are dreams that we, at the WHO level, hope to achieve by to make a better society and all this. And I thought that this particular work would contribute to the attainment of those SDGs. Good health in terms of maybe trying to mitigate the fluorosis problem, but also provision of safe water to our communities. And we know the challenges of safe water in our rural communities. I thought this work would contribute to the attainment of those. May not be fully, but yeah, but they contribute, I think. And then it is defluoridation, because we are removing fluoride. Fluorine is a gas, and we are not dealing with fluorine gas here, but fluoride ion got out of those rock minerals. There are rocks in that particular place, according to these geological studies, there is fluoroapatite in Sukulu Hills. And fluoroapatite is one of those which easily dissolve, and then the fluoride gets into the underground water. Then group 7 or group 17, it depends. There are different ways of numbering the periodic table. There is the American system, there is the IUPAC system, there is whatever, but those of us who teach periodicity and bonding and whatever, group 17, but it's also group 7 if you use another naming system of naming the groups. Yeah, but it's the halogen.
Has it changed?
Pardon?
Has it changed? How many groups?
No, it has not changed. It has always been there, except we are more familiar with group 7, group 1 up to 8, the way we teach it in O level, or maybe A level. But beyond A level.
Members were at high school many years ago, so no change.
Okay, we prefer using the other system, the IUPAC system.
Okay.
International whatever the IUPAC is, but
then comment on Professor Joel and Simon briefly.
Yeah, so I was going upwards. Then weather data versus 1.5. Yeah, this, as I said, the World Health Organization set up a guideline value, but this was based on research that was done in temperate regions, and this value still applies. to most parts of the world, really. But it has been shown that, as I said, in some works that have been done in other places, even values with much less than 1.5, there is high prevalence of fluorosis. So it led people to try to investigate other factors. And it was found that the quality of nutrition is one of the factors that affects the prevalence of fluorosis at any given fluoride concentration level. But also the temperature, the temperature, the average daily temperature of the area is paramount in determining the prevalence of fluorosis. Because in colder places, they could even be subjected to a value higher than 1.5, maybe a bit higher, but still you may not see fluorosis. People who have, if someone is fed well, but also maybe with the exposed to lower temperatures and is not drinking too much water, maybe even a figure, maybe slightly above 1.5 would still not result into fluorosis. But also in other places where people feed poorly and the temperatures are hot, people drink a lot of water and so on, you find a figure as low as 0.5 ppm can actually lead to fluorosis. But in our particular area, we used the temperatures, the daily temperatures of Tororo over a 5-year period of time, and we found, as I said, that figure to be 31, and when we used it to calculate, we found 0.4. Yes, initially, actually, I was writing all my things with the reference of 0.4 as my calculated value, but I found a lot of back and forth from reviewers. And most of them were saying, use the universal one for purposes of consistency with other works in other places. But obviously, if we take 0.4, yes, our absorbent works, there are those where you even lower the chloride to 0.0 something, from 10 ppm to 0.0 something ppm, which is also below the 0.4. Maybe the amount of water you get will not be as much.
So Moses, we have that discussion in your book about the standard electrical figure, then how we discuss relative to our situation or the area you're researching.
Yeah,
for purposes of credits there, then that's fine. One last point from Simon.
Maybe,
No, in the interest of time, because that one has been covered.
okay.
He had one question. You got it?
There was the question of oral literature. Yes, there is generally a lot of literature in this area. But I also showed some of 99 of Reunion, and not many people have done work in this area. Even if you went there now, most likely these are the papers you use, especially for the first part of fluorosis prevalence, and then the prevalence of fluoride in Ugandan waters. It has been done, it's a big thing in Kenya, it's a big deal. There is data there, but for Uganda, specifically, the data is scanty. And then, why is Blue Hills specifically? In my opinion, whatever information is generated from one fluorosis endemic area would be applicable anywhere else. So I just chose that place because of, I would say, proximity, because what I saw and then it attracted my attention in that specific area. I could easily go there and I collected all the water from all the boreholes and the spring wells which are there in the area. There is no national water there. So
what percentage of the population has fluorosis?
this one I do not determine. It is an epidemiological study, but that's why I said it's just anecdotal information. If you went there, you will see, although it's not documented anyway.
And that's why we need to address public health experts or practitioners to go in that area. Thank you so much, Moses. Clap for Moses. I think you're almost there. You can now refine your book, given this PhD symposium. Thank you so much. Do we have Mr. Ogo Agure around? Agure, we have about 10 to 15 minutes. That make it 10 because tell us who you are, where you are, and maybe what you have added on since last year we had from you in the symposium. You can tell us your topic in your head.
Yeah, my name is Obo Agri from Faculty of Computing and Informatics. The topic that I'm working on is coming up with algorithms for detection of people crowds specifically in resource-constrained environments. We shall see in the slide there. And my supervisors and the DC team, we shall see on the slides. However, moving to the motivation, we look at the rapid growth in the events industry, the increasing number of this content that result to demonstration, public demonstrations, and also just the discipline among the different people, the population in developing countries. It gives us the need or the desire to delve into how we can try to mitigate such challenges. Of course, we are not completely clear in the challenge, but rather, as we say, it's a mitigation. So when you look at the algorithms in itself, the whole research is not about coming up with a tool that will eliminate the problem, but rather identifying key aspects, parameters that we should look at that will benefit organizations that are directly concerned with managing crowds. This could be police, it could be even planners within a city. If you monitor the way crowds move in the city, they can plan provision of social services. Yeah. So maybe that is what the research is about. You put these slides better.
What stage are you? You have some data present?
Yes. Now in the research, because of the cost implications that we saw, we try to use the simulation approach to simulate our algorithm, and because later on we shall measure the accuracy of this algorithm. However, we're just going to do the simulation. Now the level of the stage that we have reached, I don't think last time we presented, we done something in the world presentation, we were working on multiples. So based on the few multiples that we submitted and the response report, logically it had influenced the flow of our dissertation by documentation. So there, of course, at the point we managed to publish our publication. 1 month is accepted, and we work on a few questions. Then the final part that we are on is coming up with the other algorithms that are necessary for this people of crowd detection. Maybe I could just briefly go. Yeah, that is a brief about the flow of the presentation, most of it now touched on. Introduction, so supervisor and the DC team, and then stage of research and current focus. So those are the supervisors and the DC team. Research, they provide a brief background, the current works, what we're currently working on, and the stage in relation to the requirements of the graduation. So the wireless sensor network is something generally, as outlined there. It is made up of many sensor nodes spread. Initially, this originated in the field of military. So they would use the aeroplane to spread these sensor nodes in any territory or in the area where troops are being deployed to monitor their movement, monitor their threats. But with increase in research in a particular field, we see that it can be applied in other areas for the good, better planning and security. So in those blue circles represented the different nodes, the sensor nodes. If you look at up there next to the cloud one, the sync node, that point, that is like any other node, but it has features. that allows it to carry out analysis about what's happening. If we cannot station at the area of the event or the area where the environment is being monitored, this information can be remotely accessed. We don't need physical connectivity. This is just to illustrate the flow of information. But you can sit in a remote location, put the US, and see what's happening here. However, for us to come up with the one meant for people prioritization, it goes a bit more. In other words, it presents challenges. And that's what the problem we're looking at here. Of course, we mentioned events industry, crowd need to manage, frequency of pandemics, which we have mentioned is a recent thing. We need to manage the crowds. The discontent, demonstrations, the uniqueness we're talking about is what we are trying to detect is not guns that you can put something in the nose and spray and then when someone passes you detect. But these are people who are clever. So when they realize these sensor nodes are there, then they have the capability either to switch off their phone, because that's the method that has been used today in the country. You switch it off the phone and you don't see where it is. The other one is, these people sometimes are rowdy, violent. If he sees, I have a CCTV camera, for example, there, we'll go and start with it, destroy it, then it does what he wants. So the other one is the sensor node that its deployment can avoid such. So we look at that. Then limitation with the existing measures that have been put in place to manage this crowd. We've talked about CCTV, we've talked about mobile phones, because they are being trapped, but smart ones will bypass that. So in our documentation, we highlighted the weaknesses, we highlighted the strengths, we tried to go strength from those techniques or approaches that are already in place, and then try to adapt them in ours. So our algorithms, our objective, main objective is to develop those algorithms, design and then develop them for detection of people who are specifically using wireless sensor networks. Now, the reason why we're using these wireless sensor networks is because it's an emerging technology. In the first thing we have seen that there's a lot of research focus on them, on wireless sensor networks. And reason being that they reconfigure themselves, easy to deploy them. Advancement has meant that they have more capability. And if you look at many applications today, they can be tied in to wireless sensor networks. So if I'm using those sensor networks for managing crowds, then I can easily integrate them with existing applications, and I move some else, and I use it for other purposes. That's the strength we have, as highlighted in our. So specifically, those are the specific objectives: identify the existing algorithm. Number two, design them, program it into the sensor nodes, and then deploy them on wireless sensor networks. Again, this is a simulation here. So these simulations are trustworthy. In other words, if you can confirm the simulation, then it can be deployed. So this gives us a rough overview of what it is. In our design there, the lower section, we have underground sensor nodes. Why we do this is for one to security purpose. Underground sensor nodes also have advantages in that they are not so much affected by interference. If you get past, you are making noise, then you don't need signals. They are protected from that. Now, when you put down there, when you work with those sensor nodes under the ground, we are collecting signals so that people move over, generate signals, and then this is collected down there. So the algorithm is meant for collecting the data itself. That's one. Some data that we can about this special type of algorithm. Now, to sense this data that's collected underground, analysis is not being underground. So there has to be a means of routing those packets, that the information above the ground, the surface reading us. Of course, if you're in the location, you can do directly from there. But it's rare that someone will analyze information from the city center, for example. We will be remote location. So we have reading us that sends this information to the sink, and then you can connect to the computer. So we have algorithm for detection, algorithms for routing, algorithms for async, fusing, aggregating that information, picking out what is relevant, picking out what is not relevant. So mainly the research is around there. Because of time, I'm trying to just leave it there. The stage of the research, objective number one is to have a review of current algorithms that have been worked on, that have been used in crowds. Then we did that. That's one that we have a publication in. Number two, we're supposed to come up with these algorithms which we are doing, and the first step is that we try to look at assess the design requirements for workable algorithms, and we wrote a paper which is accepted, but still the objective is not done. We're still coming up with other algorithms ongoing. Number three, as we come up with one algorithm, we test it, simulate, test and get the results. So down there, deploying the developer algorithms and testing them is something that is ongoing. We get one, test and see the result. Get the second, test and see the result. That's why I have very many ongoing there. However, if I'm done with this objective number two, literally and go with the 100. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Agbe. When did you register for your PhD?
My PhD I registered in, I got my, this is where the conflict is. I got my first admission in 2013, but that's not when I started the course. So I got my scholarship, I know, in 2016. No excuse for staying that long.
So you were 9 years, 6 years on the course. And when you do that, finish the degree?
I really intend to finish by August.
August 22.
This year.
Oh, a few months away. Now, do you have any concerns for you, or for us to assist you, because you can guide us there for guiding you?
Yeah, just as any student, there are many challenges that come in. One is, of course, on my side, it's just a health problem, I have problem with the eye. And basically I'm undergoing some medication procedure. But I don't think so next year. The other thing is that my supervisor, that I don't want to throw the blame on them, because I basically got them out in 2018. And the work that I've done has been mainly one in the last 2 years. There was more for misdirected. But the past 2 years, that's most of what we've done.
So 1 minute.
One thing that we have requested for, and the university tried its best and giving some resources, that's the infrastructure, given a laptop, which I'm trying to maximize on. Though we can't say it is what's enough. Otherwise, if it was for real implementation, I would have requested for funding for the node and so on, to go and deploy it, get those results. But I felt, after the simulation, I think
I think let's put some questions to Agbe, if anybody.
Thank you, Mbarara, for this interesting work. I would like to know if you incorporated stationary versus moving crowds in this algorithm, and how have you done that? And then, how do these sensors isolate other moving objects or other components in your algorithm, so that you don't have false detection? And then, what is the limit of detection? For example, your crowd, and what is the detection radius of these sensors?
maybe I'll request you to repeat that last question.
What I'm asking is, what's the limit of detection?
That's
like how many people does it detect to be a crowd, and what's the radius of detection of each sensor?
Okay. Maybe beginning with the first one, does it take into account stationary and moving nodes? Yes, it does, because it basically bases on the moving node, moving crowds, people, to generate the signals. Now, research has been done, and there's a reflection, a definition, specific definition or specifications of the signals that are generated by a moving crowd, a stationary crowd, and there's random crowds. The publication that clearly show that. So when we pick the signals that identify them, then that's basically covered. Then number two, how does it differentiate it from other crowds? Like, yes, we can have animal crowds, elephants, there's work that has been done in that area. There are vehicles moving, there's work that has been done in that area. Specifically, people moving, yes, there's also work that has been done there. So ours more for an additional information or additional contribution that we're adding into what's already there.
Yeah, fine. The question answered. How? Yours is people crowds.
Yes.
But there could be animals.
Exactly, that's what I'm
I
saying.
think he wants how. Not that animals have been helped for before.
Okay. So why I was saying animals and work has been done, then people crowds. Now animals, for example, in a park, the methods that have been used, that they arrange the sensors in a line, yeah, create something like a perimeter. Then they monitor what is crossing. So in a city, you may not do that. So we use, I wanted to show it there. You saw the underground sensors. Those underground sensors pick vibrations made by people. And then based on that vibration, it is sent for fusion. At the fusion location, that's when we have to filter out what represents people and what does not represent people. Yeah. Of course, one would say, but how many people are going to be, what's the scalability? Yeah. So people cannot be confined, 100 people cannot be confined in a 5 by 5 meter area. Do not. So if I'm looking at 5 by 5, 5 meters by 5 meters, it's easy for me to get the signal that is generated by people and differentiate it from signals generated by animals or even cars. They generate completely different signals. Then the area, the limit. Now the algorithms for node deployment covers for that, because we are not going to put a sensor node here and give you the responsibility for detecting somebody in the next block. Doesn't happen. However, these algorithms, for example, will initialize the whole place, place a node, then take note of the distance coverage. What distance will it be possible for it to communicate or even just detect? Then from that point, put the next sensor node, like that. So by doing that, I'm basically expanding on the area that I want to monitor. So these areas could be a city square, for example. If someone wants to set it up in a wider area within a city, it's basically about planning. Where will I put the sensor nodes for detection? Where will I put the sensor nodes for analysis? A city, for us to monitor a city, we're not going to look at the whole area. Normally, we know areas that are crowds like. It's going to be a street between buildings. Of course, the limitation here is that the people will be in the houses. Yes, may not detect them.
Is the distance known? Is the radius known?
Yes, yes.
It's known.
Yes, it is. Now, these sensor nodes come on different quality series. There are sensor nodes that cover shorter distance, those that cover longer distances.
Okay, fair enough. Any question for any other question? We forgot to.
I think there was a chair, if you permit me. I think the file raised the question on the limit of, in terms of numbers. If there are 3 people, is that a crowd? So what's the minimum number of people you must have for the nodes to say that this is the crowd? One person is passing, will that person be detected? Because I'm looking at the applicability of such a system in homes, where you want to know whether there is a thief that has come into the house, a visitor or something. Okay, so what's the lowest number of people that it can work with?
Yes, true, there is a threshold. And in our work for this case, we define normally, of course, the algorithm is based on a number of mathematical concepts, things like geometry, even that computation. So if I have a 5 meter by 5 meter, then I would say 5 people would be a crowd. So we're looking at area, the density. If it is this building here, then 10 people may not be a crowd. I would say maybe 50. So these are figures we can adjust in the algorithm. Someone may feel, oh no, even if the 80 here, that one's not a crowd for me. So I just can modify, put it to 100. Yes.
Yeah, but this being science, shouldn't we be having standards like that?
Standards.
That I define a crowd as this, in terms of population density.
Yes.
You know, state as basic, definitions. There was another question? Yes.
Are all crowds bad? Because I think your intention is want to take those who are rioting. Have you been to Chikubo? So how would your algorithm hope to distinguish that this is a crowd, they are not violent, and then they are violent. So
Okay.
so I think you need to find ways of doing it. Thank you. Because I don't think all crowds are bad.
Could I respond there? Yeah. We're looking at crowd detections for purposes of avoiding, minimizing damage, for purposes of planning. For example, if we detect is a good procession, slow procession, we detect it and know what we want. If it is the police, then they will know there's a crowd there, but they're organized. Then what do we need to provide for them? Which service do we need to give to them? It's not about stopping the crowd, but providing for them also.
Yeah. Thank you, Agri Obo. Wish you the best. But make sure that you really look at putting a full stop, time factor. Is Wilson Tumuhimbise around? Tumuse, tell us about your work briefly. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you so much, Prof. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Wilson Tumhimse, and I'm going to be presenting my work. My work has passed mock defense, and I'm going to be discussing my supervisors, Dr. Fred Kagwa, Dr. Angela Msimenta, and Dr. Daniel Atwine. And my topic is a mobile health framework for enhancing public-private mix in tuberculosis care and prevention in southwestern Uganda. Yes, so as the projector is being set, globally, Uganda is ranked among the 30 WHO high burden countries recently, and it shows that the burden of TB has increased. So, of course, in an effort to avert TB scourge, in 2003, the World Health Organization recommended the public-private mix for bringing, which stands for involving all healthcare workers from the public facilities and private facilities in TB care. So with the emergence of public-private mix, of course, most of the private healthcare workers or private hospitals still remain engaged, unengaged. For example, in Uganda, of course, we know that most of the patients, their first points of contact is the private facilities, but most of these private hospitals are not. We know the nature of our private hospitals. Some of them are not. They are not licensed to carry out TB care. Thus, so that becomes a problem. So, in order to bring the private facilities or private hospitals on board, mobile health has been has been recommended as an effort they made offer opportunities for exploration, because at least all of us have mobile phones. Yeah, so utilizing mobile health has potential to bring healthcare workers on board. So, or private hospitals. So this research sought to, thank you so much, Martin. Yeah, so this research sought to, let's go to slide the background, go to the problem statement. Okay, yes, so the problem, yeah, even although mobile health has been put in place, of course, however, the utilization of mobile health in, okay, great. So there is lack of mechanisms for following up presumptive patients, especially those who are referred from private hospitals, public hospitals, because we know most of the private hospitals are not licensed. Yeah, so they often refer patients, but in the process, some of these patients are referred referred public hospitals, and in the process they delay to reach the places of the referral units, and some are lost to follow up, and then this results in delayed treatment initiation, and also transmission at household level, and increased disease severity. So mobile health offers really an opportunity for exploration. And of course, we've seen there is, mobile health has been utilized in public-private mix, especially in TB care. However, these mobile health interventions, they lack frameworks on which they are designed. So this research sought to okay, sorry. Okay, so this research sought to enhance the following up of TB patients that are referred from private public facilities, and our specific objectives were to analyze the existing mHealth interventions, and then also to understand their strengths and weaknesses, and then explore the barriers of private, barriers and motivators of private hospitals in TB care, and then also the potential of mobile health. And then also this would inform the development of a framework for designing an mHealth intervention for following up the TB patients that are referred from private public hospitals. Then after, we intended to assess the initial feasibility and acceptability of the developed intervention. So these are our research questions that were translated from the research objectives. There are several existing frameworks that are aimed at following up patients. These include the mHealth Droid, the Ultimate, and then Mukodaf. But then they are not customizable to TB care, and some are at the conceptual level. So this research was based on the user-centered design, which involves users at the center of the design, which is based on 3 principles, that is focusing on the users and measuring the usability empirically, and then iterative design. So the research philosophy, our study is majorly based on interpretivism. Yeah, so the methodology, each objective, the objective number 1, we carried out a scoping review to understand the existing mHealth interventions. And then objective number 2, which was about exploring the barriers. This was a formative qualitative study, and then was carried out in 4 private hospitals, Mayanja, Divine, and Ruharo, and then Homely Medical Center, that involved 13 private healthcare workers. These were doctors and nurses. And then objective number 3, which is a framework design, utilized the unified modeling language, and those are the technologies that were used. And then objective number 4, this utilized the Utaut model, which is the unified theory of acceptance and usability of technology, and the system usability scale. They were used to assess the feasibility and acceptability of the intervention. So the findings of objective number 1, this was a scoping review. This was aimed at understanding which types of mHealth interventions that have been utilized. So our review found out 9 studies that were carried out in India, Vietnam, and several countries, but none was reported from Africa, and none of these reported the software framework. So several mHealth that were found out, they included the utilization of mobile apps, then SMS technologies, and telephone calls. Yeah, so mHealth interventions, yes, have been utilized, but there are several technical and operational challenges which hinder the usability. And then there is no study that reported the software framework on which these systems were developed. So we have our first, this was published in Internet Interventions, and those are the findings there. Yeah, so then going to objective number 2, which was to
You have 3 minutes.
Okay, okay. So we found out results for objective number 2. Let me go to the qualitative findings. Yeah, so we found out that several barriers exist, and these included the barriers and motivators. These included the high costs of payment of care. TB was not an income generating activity in private hospitals, and these barriers and motivators were assessed based on the consolidated framework of implementation research. And then you continue. Yeah, so we also found out the potentials of mHealth, and mHealth was perceived to link referred patients to the referral units and support patient care and adherence. You can proceed. Yeah, so all these, we found out that patients from private hospitals are referred public facilities. However, there is no mechanism for following up these patients. So mHealth was offered a low-cost alternative approaches. So the findings are reported in that publication by Springer under Global Implementation Research. So objective number 1 and 2 inform the design of several requirements, and so the mHealth intervention should be simpler and faster to use, and then should also provide the mechanism for following up the referred patients. So this informed the development of the framework, which we called the MOHE framework. It is made up of 6 modules. That is the application layer, which offers an interface for the app to run on Android, and then the network connection for connectivity of the developed application, and then storage, which offers the local and cloud database management, and then the service module for sending and receiving messages, and then the data processing module, which computes the time spent along the referral pathway, and then the data analytic module for analysis and report generation. So this is the flow of our framework, but it is based on the, I request that you give me 2 minutes and then I finish. Thank you so much, Chairman. Yes, so the development of our framework introduces a new perspective of guiding mHealth interventions for following up referral patients, and then the technological development can be used to follow up patients in other diseases. Now, after designing our intervention, we had to test the feasibility by developing a simple mobile application to emulate the developed. So this application is called Tuka app, which is deployed on healthcare workers' low smartphones. So when the patient goes to the referral, goes to the private facility, and they have presumptive TB, their details are put in the system, and the patient receives an SMS message about the referral. Then the healthcare worker at the TB clinic at Mbarara Regional Referral Hospital also receives a message that a patient has been referred. When the patient fails to show up after 12 hours, the healthcare worker triggers the message to the healthcare worker. So this is a simple form of entering. It majorly runs on internet, and it is already uploaded on Data Play Store. So we had to assess some of these. So majorly, the application was found to be acceptable and feasible go to the qualitative findings, because it was perceived that it can remind patients to go to the referral unit, notify the healthcare workers about the incoming patient, and so these findings were based on the Utaut model. So the main construct of acceptability was perceived usefulness, and the lessons that were found, they informed the development of a policy framework called the 3D policy framework, which guides that you should train, restructure, and incentivize and legalize and then integrate in the system. So the limitations, our study did not assess the preliminary impact. The sample, the size was small because the total was 35 healthcare workers, and it was a short period study, and then patients' perceptions towards the interventions were not employed. And then, so this research realized that there is lack of frameworks guiding the design, and then the framework was developed, and the intervention was found feasible. So our research contribution was in terms of knowledge, technological, and then technological and then theoretical. Sorry, that one is theoretical. So future work is meant to utilize the intervention in lower level facilities, and then also assessing the intervention impact assessment, and then incorporating a financial incentive for the components of healthcare workers, and then also assess the effectiveness of the policy framework. So these are the...
Thank you so much, Wilson. You must have done a lot of work, and it looks promising. Thank you, because of the importance of tuberculosis. Any questions for Wilson? Yes, Prof.
Thank you, Wilson, for sharing this work. You say you are past mock defense, so we are popping the champagne soon. Okay. I note that one of your supervisors is missing on most of your publications, at least the first two. Or do we get the reason why? And then you say future work. When you say future work, what are you implying? Is it future work for other researchers who would want to continue this? Is it future work for you as a postdoc, or are you continuing? You have not yet finished. And then my expectations were maybe very high. Some innovation out of this work, but you say at the end, except that the presentation was also too fast, maybe I could not have comprehended some of them, but you say at the end you only came up with knowledge, the framework, and technology. Can you clarify more about the technology bit? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor. Yes, about the technology, we developed the technological contribution was in form of the developed framework, mHealth framework, and then that framework informed the development of an application called TUCA framework, TUCA application for usability among patients. Yeah, then, so that is about that. Those are our main technological contributions. Then about future work, yes, I actually intend to do much postdoctorate. I want to develop that 3D framework, so that it can guide the implementation of mHealth interventions. Because most of mHealth interventions, there are very good interventions that come on board, but they are not sustainable because there is lack of frameworks that are in place. So we intend to develop it, and then also we have the future work can be taken on by other researchers, because as they learn from the lessons, land. Then about supervisors missing, from the first two manuscripts, that is the review and then the barriers. Yeah, so by then the committee had not yet fully appointed them, but we were working on the, so I majorly did the work with Dr. Angela Msimenta, but on the subsequent 3 more publications that will come, they are available. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Wilson. I think that's an important area to consider, members, the students who are still on the journey. Always publish with your complete team of supervisors, because at such a time like this, you wonder what could have happened, especially disagreements when the paper is in review, is in press. For other questions for Wilson, I'd like to know whether, because Kamoga Ronald is not here, is Novatus Nyamara here? Yeah, then you can put your flash or whatever, because there is time that is wasted in trying to change over. Questions for Wilson? Yes?
Thank you, Wilson. One of the challenges with the applications or apps is sustainable uptake or adoption. In your trial policy framework, you said that incentives or incentivizing is one of the ways to go. Which incentives do you have in place to enable sustainable adoption of this?
Thank you so much. Thank you. The incentives, we realize actually from our findings that when financial incentives, they can work. So if the further development is done, we would like to tag every entry of the participant based on the funding available, also to assess if the system will be utilized. But the incentive is actually, we recommend financial incentives. It's actually one of the components we highlighted, that it should be incorporated, because so that some people, because they don't see value in using an intervention if they are not maybe, but a small token of appreciation, we believe it can maybe enhance the behavioral usability of the intervention. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Wilson. Any other? Because in your you seem to indicate that private hospitals are not handling tuberculosis. What's the policy, the current Minister of Health policy? Because the hospitals, I think, are supported. They are provided with the drugs and all that to handle tuberculosis cases. What's the current policy like?
So the current policy, when we carried out that formative research to understand the barriers and motivators, so it came out that it was only Ruharo Hospital which was receiving anti-TBs, but others, like Divine Mercy, Homely Medical, they were not yet licensed to manage TB. So what they do, when a patient is presumptive, they always refer them to the referral regional hospital. So there is licensing that is required for these private hospitals. And some of these hospitals are smaller. They are small, and you find that they don't have rooms to accommodate the patient. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Wish you the best in your real defense.
Thank you, sir.
Novatus, I think you're also almost there. You can tell us, meanwhile, how far you are and your topic.
Thank you, Professor Chair. I'm Novatus Nyamara. I'm glad I'm here to share the results of the work that we've been doing for the last 5 years. I registered in 2016-17, and our work is on evaluation of a family-based intervention to improve family functioning and reduce alcohol use disorders among adolescents in Mbarara. I'm being supervised by Dr. Rosias Lukundo from the Faculty of Science. He's been here this morning. The other is Professor Richard Marco from University of Virginia and Associate Professor Eriaria Okelo from the National Institute for Medical Research in Tanzania. I'm handling my fourth objective, but my presentation today will rely on 3 objectives. It has been noted that in low and middle income countries, children and youth make up 47% of the population compared to 30% in high income countries. To note is that 91% of the world's children and youth live in the low and middle income countries. Further, half of all the cases of mental disorders develop by age 14. And though most of them remain undetected and untreated until later in life. Also to note is that compared to adult mental and substance use disorders, the global burden of disease or the global burden attributed to these disorders in children and youth has received relatively little attention. We also note that more than a quarter, that is about 26.5% of the global population between the ages of 15 and 19 consume alcohol, posing a serious public health problem. And alcohol is also a leading factor for death and disability among male adolescents, especially in sub-Saharan Africa. And we are aware that Uganda, in 2014, had an annual per capita alcohol consumption of 23.7 liters, as reported by World Health Organization, and that 18% of the adolescents abused alcohol. Also, 5.8% of the Ugandan population that is greater than 15 years old are affected by alcohol use disorder, a report by World Health Organization 2015. This therefore makes it important. It makes alcohol use among adolescents a serious problem globally and in Uganda as well, as reported by Abu et al. 2016. We also note that there is a strong relationship between family functioning and alcohol use disorders among adolescents. However, little is known about the role of family functioning dimensions in influencing alcohol use disorder among adolescents. You need to note disorder, not disorders, because formerly they were disorders, but now in the DSM-5, we only have a composite description of alcohol use disorder. Also, establishing this linkage will inform intervention strategies for adolescents and their families. Given that adolescents have a high risk of developing alcohol use disorder, investigating this relationship is very important and so critical for better treatment. Also to note, studies have reported the effectiveness of family intervention in the treatment of alcohol use disorders. But no study in rural Uganda has adopted the use of family functional family therapy as a treatment approach among adolescent abusers. This study aims to fill this gap. The main study objective, therefore, was to establish the relationship between family functioning and alcohol use disorder among adolescents, specifically to look at, one, finding out the prevalence of alcohol use disorder among adolescents, two, to establish the association between family functioning and alcohol use disorder among adolescents, three, to find out the reasons that adolescents give for abusing alcohol, and lastly, to assess the efficacy of functional family therapy in reducing alcohol use disorders among adolescents. This study is guided by two approaches: the family systems theory and the social ecological theory. According to the family systems theory, alcohol use that results into alcohol use disorder is a problem behavior that develops and is maintained in the context of maladaptive family relationships. This has given rise to the circumplex model that is my focus, that conceptualizes three main domains of family functioning. We have family cohesion, family adaptability, and communication. Cohesion is the bonding that we find, the closeness among family members. Adaptability defines the role relationships and flexibility in as far as changing the flexibility within family members in view of changing circumstances in the family. And communication, family communication, is that ability of family members to share information amongst themselves. The socio-ecological theory, as advanced by Bronfenbrenner in 1979, looks at the roles that drinking contexts play in the etiology of alcohol use and related problems. The hypothesis here is that environments which are closest to the adolescent have greatest influence on their behavior and development. And therefore, the family and peer relationships play a big role in influencing adolescent behavior outcomes. So this informed the point of intervention, which is the main focus of our fourth objective. Overall, alcohol use disorder among adolescents is an outcome, is believed to be a result of familial factors. This is the conceptual framework. We are looking at family systems and family functioning in view of the three main components: flexibility, cohesion, and communication. The interaction between family systems and other familial factors, environmental factors, are believed to connect or bring about alcohol use and consequently alcohol use disorders among adolescents. So, on the outset, we made an assessment and diagnosis of alcohol use disorders among adolescents basing on those components. And once we are done with establishing the level of alcohol use disorder, this informed an intervention, and we adopted both cognitive and behavioral interventions in engaging the adolescents and their families and these other stages that are involved in the behavioral intervention. So, of course, this one worked for those who were families that had adolescents with alcohol use disorder. Assessment continued at interventional level and post-intervention level. So, the outcome variable, of course, is the behavioral outcome regarding the individual functioning within the family and general family functioning. So the focus was on reducing drinking at an individual level and reduction in alcohol use or management of alcohol use disorders. Then at the family functioning level, we aimed at improved flexibility, balanced cohesion, and improvement in communication. This was adapted from literature reviewed. So the main literature gaps that exist. One, that there is little knowledge about the role of family functioning dimensions in influencing alcohol use among adolescents, and that despite the high prevalence and societal cost and available treatments, alcohol use disorder has remained undertreated. Lastly, that there is evidence for family-based intervention in the management of the disorder, but no study in rural Uganda has adopted the use of family functioning therapy. So for emphasis, that's what we set out to fill. Methods, we adopted a mixed methods approach with a pragmatic orientation because it provides the best understanding of a research problem. The quantitative results reinforce the qualitative results. So the study population included, involve adolescents of ages 10 to 19 as defined clearly by WHO. We adopted a multi-stage cluster sampling, beginning with the district level, moved down to the country and county, sub-county and parish, and adopted simple random sampling to obtain the villages. Then at the village level, we did consecutive sampling to identify families, especially those that had adolescents who abused alcohol. This is a flow diagram to describe the sampling procedure. And finally, we obtained 308 adolescents. At the intervention level, we adopted a quasi-experimental design, which is nested in a repeat cross-sectional design. From the onset, we did assessment to evaluate the level of alcohol use disorder among adolescents, then did an intervention for 6 months, and later did endline data collection to assess the outcome of the intervention. So for ethical reasons, we could not apply a true experiment because this involves manipulation of the variables of the population of human participants, which is in most cases not acceptable. So in the intervention, the participants were assigned to the treatment group and control group without randomization to fit the quasi-experimental design. What was most important was to do the matching, where the two groups were selected as much as possible that they would be similar, considering the family size, family structure, and the socioeconomic status. The sample size determination was achieved using the Cochrane sample size estimation, whereby N is the desired sample. We considered a 95% confidence interval, an error margin of 5%, and the existing prevalence of alcohol use disorder of 22.2% as established by Reda and others in Ethiopia in 2012. So the calculation gave us 265 adolescents.
You have 3 minutes, Mbarara. Just tell us the findings. 3.
So we had 308 adolescents, adopted data for qualitative sample. We obtained data saturation was achieved at the 22nd interview. We used the audit alcohol use identification test, which was validated in Sub-Saharan Africa. And of course, the audit is an assessment tool, and we wanted to diagnose for alcohol use disorders. We used the ICD-411, which measures symptoms and severity. These are elements that we need to consider when we are diagnosing alcohol use disorders. The FACES-4 was used to measure the levels of family functioning and how the importance of determining that. We analyzed quantitative data and qualitative data. Qualitative, we used thematic content analysis. For ethical considerations, we received clearance. The results indicate that the overall prevalence of alcohol use disorder was 39.9%, and the prevalence varied across social, demographic, and economic conditions. Of emphasis, you'll find that male gender was was found to have a high prevalence of 39. I don't see the figures here. Then another point of concern is the level of education. Primary education had 43.9% level of prevalence. Then living arrangements, those that were living with parents had a prevalence of 41%. The second objective, to establish family functioning and alcohol use disorders among adolescents. Still, when we put in a model at a multivariate level, we realized male gender was still very predictive, and primary education. So, the circumplex model indicates the level of functioning of participants, and it was realized that at the family level, the level of functioning tended towards flexible enmeshment. And with flexible enmeshment, it means there is a lot of fusion amongst the family members, and because of that, it indicated the functional level of family functioning, which was predictive of alcohol use disorders among adolescents. For the objective 3, which was meant to establish the reasons that adolescents gave for using alcohol, the main themes which emerged were exposure, child neglect, parenting style, social influence, and occupational hazards. The voices that you are getting here, we identified one of the sub-themes and came up with these voices. For example, look at home environment, which is a sub-theme of social influence. One of the respondents said that my father used to drink and would come home drunk. Even our firstborn drinks a lot. I also learned to drink. And another one said, as long as I have my friend, I will drink to have fun and enjoyment. So this indicates peer influence and home environment that are in tandem with the quantitative results. So overall, we are saying there is high prevalence of alcohol use disorders among adolescents, and this result is in tandem with, it is in agreement with, okay, it's higher than the available in the region, probably as a result of the availability of alcohol in our area. And this is complemented by the existence of you call them energy drinks. So generally, drinking is taken as social drinking. Then the male gender predicting alcohol use disorders among adolescents, this is in agreement with Osman and Kabwama and Rukundo in those years. And the possible argument could be the cultural belief where adolescents are taken to, rather drinking is more tolerated in males other than females. After all, adolescents have a high risk they have high chances of taking risks, so they take to drinking. After all, the male adolescents are not condemned so much. The level of education, the results are in disagreement with Bahati 2007, possibly because of the idea that less education, the less educated can easily be encouraged to take alcohol. Of importance is enmeshment being associated with alcohol use disorders. The results are in agreement with Orson 1993 and Clark 2018.
You can wrap up.
This is very important. Enmeshment means the bonding.
Final message.
Okay. So, conclusion, there is, the results indicate a broad empirical evidence from the available studies on alcohol use among adolescents. And the findings have implications for prevention. They underscore the importance of parent and family-based prevention efforts, especially family therapy focusing on gender differences. I suggested functional family therapy, which I undertook, and the results will be shared later. These are the limitations, and these are the manuscripts that I'm writing. I'm submitting the first one soon, prevalence and associated factors of alcohol use disorders among adolescents. And before the end of this month, I should be done with at least 2 and to conclude the rest. I thank you for attending and listening to my presentation, my funders, respondents, and MAST in general. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much, Nyamara. It was a very good presentation. So you are left with objective 4,
Yes.
where you are trying at treatment.
Yes.
Now you approach this as a disorder,
Yeah.
alcohol use disorder.
Disorder, yeah.
And these are patients, if you like. These are the participants had a disorder, but they are the ones responding to your questions about their behavior.
Yes.
Not just that someone drinks alcohol, but it has become a disorder.
Yes, it has become a disorder.
So did you have some symptoms for objective assessment? Say this one qualifies to be part of the participant.
Yes. The alcohol use disorder identification test, the audit, has the cutoff for screening the probable cases of alcohol use disorder. Then we went ahead with the assistance of psychiatrists to diagnose them with alcohol use disorder.
So your PhD is in psychology or psychiatry?
I'm in psychiatry, but it's both. I'm a psychologist, but
yeah, because you see there is a
yes,
line you are crossing
it is psychology.
into diagnosing a disorder and then prescribing the treatment.
No, mine is a family-based intervention, which is basically psychological.
Fair enough. Now, you talk of adolescents.
Yes.
And these are which age?
10 to 19 years.
So you compare secondary school and primary school education?
I didn't compare that. I only looked at those adolescents who fit in that range.
Yeah, because you are saying that those who come out are mainly primary school.
We assessed for their level of education.
Yes.
The majority had gone to primary level and they were staying at home. These are out of school adolescents.
They had dropped out of school.
Yes.
Yeah. Then you also said something familial. I don't get that.
Family-related factors.
Family-related.
Yes.
It has nothing to do with the genes, the genetics, that if my parents were alcoholics or something like that, and I have it in my blood. I'm asking this because of the biomedical science who may be interested to follow up such a study, but looking for a scientific basis, whether there is a role for that inheritance. So you as just familial,
yes,
as observed.
As observed.
Yeah, thank you so far. Let's hear from the others, the advice and comments. You can pass the microphone. Any questions, comments from the members? There is one from Professor Joel.
Yeah, thank you, Novatus. When I saw AUDs in your title, I wondered what they were. I think it's better to write these things in full. And you have also told us that it's no longer AUDs, it's AUD. So could you do the edit as it is? So please define this AUD thing. And then you said an adolescent said he needs to take some before they finish work. And that's amazing. So these adolescents were already drinking to facilitate their work. Okay. And then there's something I wanted to ask about the real definition of alcohol use disorder. Because you may find so many people are drinking, but they don't fit this definition.
DSM-5, the Diagnostic Statistical Manual for Mental Disorders, clearly defines a person who is having alcohol use disorders. And though I may not ably give a clear definition, but it points to a situation where an individual is compromised, his level of functioning is compromised, has taken alcohol to the point that it does not enable him to achieve daily functioning of activities. So yes, a disorder occurs when an individual. I used the established, the available definition by.
Which one?
That one that I have mentioned, which I'm unable to really clearly bring out.
Sure.
But.
Sure, Novatus.
Yes.
So how
of course,
did you define that this person has a disorder and this one just drinks?
Okay. A person who has a disorder has craving, for example, that he cannot do any activity without drinking the alcohol.
And what was the prevalence in your study?
It was 39.9
of these
among adolescents.
Adolescents.
Yes.
That's very high.
It is very high.
Okay.
Yes.
Maybe you need to revise that definition because it could be the problem. Okay? Yeah, this definition could be the problem.
Okay.
Yeah, because that's 1 in every 4.
Yes.
Literally cannot function because they are driven by alcohol.
Maybe.
So I would think that you need to redefine this definition.
Okay.
Otherwise, your results may cause a big issue. Okay. And you need to be very clear of your definitions. You cannot say that one, that one. It should be on your tips, really, at this level.
True. Thank you.
Yeah, that's very important from Joel. You have your definition for the study. What sometimes are called operational definitions. So for your sake, this is where you define the disorder. And then you approached the population, those who fit the criteria, those who fit your definition. It's good that maybe having raw data still. So if you revise and really strictly see the symptoms as I asked you about, those who fit, maybe they also have the signs, I don't know. I think they are symptoms.
Yes.
Then you revise, maybe 39 is so high, 40% almost.
Yeah,
but it's a well-done study with mixed methods. The only thing may be the way you define your cases.
Yeah. Good. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Just a comment. You have told us that there are many interventions that have been done or studied. Even the one you're studying, the family intervention, has been studied before. Okay? So in your presentation, I miss a justification why among all the interventions you decide to evaluate the family one.
The family one, I come from that psychological background and I'm tending towards family therapist. I realize the family institution is very important as regards what happens to children, how they are raised, and the behavior outcomes. And in literature, I didn't find anywhere this functional family therapy was adopted as an interventional approach to handle the issue of alcohol use disorder. So I tried to see how it works. And yes. because I wanted to see how it happens here
No, but
in our setting.
I think you may have taken us to that slide where you have two theories.
Yes.
It seems that theory, is existing. Is it your own proposal? Is it the basis of your PhD now that you are proposing the family intervention? I thought you listed two.
Yes, there are two theories that inform my study, but there is an interaction, there is a connection between the two theories. So I picked on one to see how it fares in our setting here in Uganda. I don't know if I answered the question.
Yeah, you do, but then in your book, this has to be featured. You, number one, talk about where you come from, having done the literature review and seen the gaps, but then you justify the type of approach and then the type of therapy or intervention in your book. Because you see, as Prof says, it's not yet adopted, and maybe you have further work to design some intervention.
Okay. Adaptation.
But maybe share with us, you see, do you have any preliminary findings?
Yes.
From number 4?
Yes.
Is it having any effect?
The design of this intervention was, I intervened on 4 families, while the others received individual counseling. So I was trying to compare the outcome from my intervention. And I realized the findings indicate that there was some bit of improvement, especially in alcohol use. The main focus was on adopting the cognitive behavioral therapy of trying to engage the family members to understand and change their thinking from negativity, irrational thinking to positive thinking. So at the end of the 6 months, the alcohol users had reduced in number at the family level. So preliminary results indicate that.
Yeah, and which are good results. But then, you are talking to a scientific conference, scientific audience, where we don't want bias. You told us that you have no randomization, you have nothing.
Yes.
How do you compare those two, How did you choose this one to go for this and this one to go for that?
Because I did matching to ensure that both of the participants had similar characteristics. So making
this calls for randomization, it calls for blinding, it calls for, standard trial. This is therapy.
Okay.
I think you'll be challenged there so that after your PhD, you may have to do a postdoc where you need to intervene with a real clinical trial-like approach. Okay. Because if you say, my family, maybe for you, let me cancel you. This one, it is your discretion. Yeah. Thank you. So there's, Raf, you have something.
Thank you. I also had a comment on the FFT design. I hope you have taken note of that. I would like to know what is your conclusion on your hypothesis too about the other theory of environment influencing behavior. And then in the matching, according to your methods, you have only indicated matching based on family characteristics. How about the individual characteristic of the adolescents? And then you have not indicated how you did this sampling at village level. Could you please highlight on that?
Thank you, Doctor, for that good questions and observations. Let me begin with the last, about sampling. When we reached at the village level, we engaged the LOC1 chairman to get us a family where there is an adolescent or adolescents. Then we moved to that family, and from that family we moved to another that had an adolescent. That's what we called consecutive farming, rather sampling. So every family that had an adolescent was considered for the study. Every family that had an adolescent until we reached the 308. Sometimes we would find in a family there are 5 adolescents, or 3 or 2. So we used that approach to identify and get all the
It was consecutive sampling.
yes.
But I think you said random sampling in your
Yes, we
presentation.
randomed the villages. And then when we reached at the village level, then we did consecutive.
You first of all did cluster,
Yes.
randomization, then after that consecutive.
Yeah. Then for the next question was matching at the individual level. Individual characteristics were also matched. For example, the person had to be out of school, and of course of a certain age range, and yes, basically that. And sex, yes. Thank you. Then the last one was about the hypothesis. We had one hypothesis for the association between family functioning and alcohol use disorders. That's what we tried to establish. Yes, that was at the contextualization, but we didn't take it on to assess it in our study.
Yeah, but I think in this case you don't put it in the thesis.
Okay.
You know, we want a message from from Mbarara's PhD, but
Okay.
you'll be a doctor anyway soon. So thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mbarara Novatus.
Welcome.
We have Vincent here. Vincent, you can talk to us, but you know, it's a short time. So try and be on point.
Thank you so much, Professor Chair. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, my name is Vincent Rutaganjuga. I come from the Department of Electrical and Electronics Engineering here at FAST. And my research is about energy efficiency and optimization. Yes, thank you so much. Like they said, I have to take a short time. You might be standing in between us and lunch. Thank you so much. So, my research topic is optimization of electrical energy performance in institutional buildings using linear programming, mathematical optimization technique. And my PhD, I registered in 2016, and it is still ongoing. I've reached the data collection and analysis stage, so soon I think I should be able to finalize. My supervisors are Dr. John Zobongroch, Dr. Evans Nabasa, and Dr. Pius Aliwo. So, it cannot. Let me see if I can have a full screen here. Yes. Yeah. So when you look at investments in energy efficiency, it is approximated that if you have a building and you invest in energy efficiency, then you can achieve the same supply energy to supply another one building instead of increasing the generation capacity. So improving energy efficiency in buildings has attracted many researchers, and there's a lot of demand when the supply capacity is not increasing as much as the demand. So we have to really do a lot of energy efficiency and optimization to increase the energy supply. So there's a growing interest in the optimization methods in the field of energy management, and the energy efficiency problems have many constraints to be satisfied. Sometimes it is complex. And in this research, we are employing a technique of linear programming to do the complex analysis and eventually optimize and achieve some level of energy efficiency. So the building sector, when you look at the background, the building sector, among all other sectors, currently has the greatest potential for energy efficiency. And as of October 2019, the Ministry of Energy in Uganda estimated that only 28% of the Ugandan population had access to electricity. So you can imagine by the time we reach 100%. And in recent years, institutional buildings energy consumption has been predominant in Uganda, and mainly due to high energy consumption as a result of low energy efficiency practices and innovations. This is where we come in. Okay, so the problem here is that, especially in Uganda, the supply remains inadequate and inefficient due to stunted growth in generation capacity. Of recent, the president has been advocating for more construction of dams to increase the supply, but the demand is still high. We cannot depend on that. So as experts or researchers, we need to come in and see how we can help. So the link between energy efficiency and energy access, the importance of energy efficiency, and the multiple benefits of energy efficiency for the level and the quality of energy available have been largely overlooked. Okay, so we really need to see how we can help in here. So our main objective was to develop energy efficient model that will be used to simulate and optimize energy efficiency in institutional buildings. And the first objective was to carry out an energy performance audit in institutional building to identify some of the optimizing parameters that we can use in our model. And this objective was recently concluded, and we have the data and the analysis. So we are embarking on developing the model, and then we shall evaluate the performance and see how much energy we can save. So if you look at the significance, under the NDP, the government of Uganda set out an ambitious national target that by 2026, we should have 50% energy access. You can imagine from 2019 of 28% to 50% in 2026, which is we are an ambitious target, but we have to try and see. And 80% by 2030. So increasing energy efficiency is key here in achieving these national targets. This study will promote energy efficiency in institutional buildings and improve energy performance, whereby it will also minimize on the cost of electricity bills. Okay? So the study shall also help the government of Uganda formulate energy policies, okay, and standardization for new buildings and retrofit activities. So we looked at some literature. There are some models that have been developed. These are a few. Looked at some prediction models that can predict energy usage. So this study highlighted some factors that you can use to improve the energy conservation, but they proposed or suggested that a robust model to be to optimize the factors found be developed. And we also looked at another one that is so intelligent. You know, they talk of smart buildings these days, smart energy operations. So there are some softwares that you can use to do that, but some of these softwares also have inefficiencies in a way that they use some sensor that you cannot optimize to the surrounding environment. Sometimes they are fixed. So there's also a multi-objective mathematical model. This is where we based our linear programming technique that we can use to do the optimization, looking at the complex analysis of varying functions. So methodology, we looked at using the bottom-up approach. There are two methodologies you can use in energy efficiency and management. One of them is bottom-up, Another one is top-down. Top-down is the one used by government and administrators, sitting on top there and then formulating policies that will affect us down. But when you look at bottom-up approach is where you start from downwards. You look at a building, do some energy analysis, and then you can extrapolate to other buildings, to region, and then it will reach the top. So that is the bottom-up approach that I'm talking about here. So there are some parameters that we use in power analysis. One of them that is very, very important is power factor. Power factor is the ratio of the real power to the apparent power. And this ratio is, for ideal, it has to be 1, but sometimes you find it is below 1, and the standard is 0.89 that we shall see in the analysis. Then we have harmonic distortions, voltage and current imbalance, apparent power, real power. So capacitive loads and phase angles. These are some of the techniques or parameters in electrical systems that many of us might not understand, but they are very, very essential and very, very important. So the measurements that we did took a duration of 20 days. We used the case study of MAST here as a case study for our research. And we took 20 days to do the study, the detailed study using some of the tools that I will highlight later, okay? And we looked at the peak demand hours and then off-peak. Peak demand hours is when the university is fully in operational with all the students, if the semester is running, everything running, labs, everything. Then off-peak is when the university is in recess. Okay. So the data collection analysis, we did both at Old Campus, Town Campus, and Chumro Campus. And our main focus was to evaluate the current electricity consumption and see the trends of installed loads. And then identify.
3 minutes to go, please.
Very good. And then we did the analysis of electricity demand at the university and identified some energy saving opportunities that we shall use in our model. The analysis comprised of preliminary and detailed studies. So we can look at, because of the time, I will go straight to some of the analysis. When we look at this, when we did our analysis together with the Mass Estates Electrical Department, we found out that on average, actually, MAST spends about 53 million on electricity bills per month, which is a lot higher. And these are some of the meters we have in some of the buildings. Okay, we realize that the highest is MAST Administration Town Campus, their side. That meter is the one that gave us the highest consumption, about 68%. Then we have the Chumro Campus, the faculty building, their side, the upper faculty. These are some of the sub-meters. We also realize we have so many meters that we could actually, instead of having these sub-meters, we should have like a central meter so that to give us the actual capacity. Okay. Then some of the observations and measurements, we realize that the power factor we have here at the university is very, very bad and ranges between 0.5 to 0.8, and yet the required one is 0.89. So this power factor is actually an opportunity for us. If we can improve it to the required standard, then we shall have to save a lot of energy here. And the total installed capacity at the university is 572 kilowatt, which is good enough, but we also realized laboratory equipment, computers, and lighting consume more than 80% of the daily energy consumed. And these are some of the opportunities where you can save some energy. Okay, we also realized some imbalance and surges in voltage. Whereas the voltage recommended is 240, okay, we realized it is varying between 220 up to 250, and yet they recommend a plus or minus 6%. So this is also results to wastage of energy. And we also analyzed the power logs, indicated some poor load profiling, which in many occasions, so it's demand leading to exaggerated power bills. So sometimes you pay for the power bill, and yet you're paying for losses. You may find, actually, when you look at our power factor, if you have 0.5, it means you're paying 50% of actually what you're using, 50% of actually what you pay for. That is, so the electricity usage at must lacks energy management program and obligation for use of efficiency. So this is some logs that we got from Umeme system about the varying power factor. And then these are some of the hazard, electrical power hazards. You can see some cables are exposed somehow. So there is a huge problem, and we need really to have an energy management program here at MAST. And I thank you so much. These are some of the references. Thank you so much. The study is ongoing. Thank you.
Thank you, Vincent. So you are about 3/4 way through?
Yes, about that.
You promised us some models. Did we miss a slide on?
Yes, the model is coming now that the analysis is almost done. So after this, actually we have started on it.
Yeah,
That
if
is
you
the only
comment
thing.
on it, maybe that's why you may get some input, some
Yes.
help.
Yes.
You said first comment on the model
I
or,
first-
or the proposed model.
I comment on the proposed model that is ongoing, that is going to be developed. So the proposed model, actually, what we found out, these are some of the inputs that we use to have that model, okay, fully functional and evaluated. So the model actually is going to help us analyze. See, if you have those inputs optimized or maximized, can you get some savings in energy at the end of the day?
Maybe there will be 2-3 models. Would that be a single?
Yeah, we need to have one model with varying inputs. Yeah, we shall have to evaluate with, there are some other models.
The
standards.
point is that, as you had Professor Kamukama saying,
Yes.
this is your PhD, you bring ideas, then supervisors, you know. So I thought you should have about, as Professor George says, about 3 models in your mind. You share on such an occasion. Then you see how the supervisors going forward will assist you, or of course with your input. You see, you have so many ideas on that slide, and rightly so, because you have been on the field, you have seen the problems.
Yes.
But you now want to have solutions, especially from your kind of engineering and mathematics side of things.
Yeah, sure. We can look at like 3. Like,
You have
like
the
you said,
ingredient. You have the ingredients already.
you can have different methods or models, and then we
Yes.
evaluate and see which one can give us the best results. Yeah, thank you so much.
Mine is a comment on your slides. I think when you say PowerPoint, there should be points. But from the way things look, you just copied from your Word, pasted, and then separated the sentences. So I think you need to really improve in that, make it points so that you can discuss instead of statements with references in them. And this is for all of us, really. Our PowerPoint should be PowerPoints that not force you to read every word.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yes, definitely. We have to validate the model and use the sensitivity analysis to see how sensitive that model is. Otherwise, that is what I'm hoping, because I really need to finish this. Yeah.
Let's put you at 50%. But you have been here many times, so please let's not meet next year, or at least You come as the gentleman you saw here being introduced.
Thank you.
Any other comments from members? Because we may not have another, I don't know what's happening to our lunch, but we should at least maybe think of. I put one more, we shall be through.
At least two all around. Ahamia William. And
The ones for morning.
Yaruhanga. No, those are Yaruhanga.
Biaruhanga Richard.
Seriosa. Are they both here?
Yeah, you better come and present.
I think we better finish them and then.
Yeah, so that we start with those of afternoon.
Thank you, Chair.
So Ahamia is here. Ahamia is not.
He's around.
Biaruhang also. Okay, you put in your upload your presentations. There was a question.
Yeah,
okay.
comment. I think you said institution of higher learning, and I'm only seeing must being represented. Does it mean that we may need to change our topic and be specific that we are concentrating on must?
Thank you so much for that question, Dr. Simon Kauma. Institutional buildings, when you look at institutional buildings, we are looking at buildings of higher learning, like you said, and we are having a case study of must. So when you have a case study like this of must, the results you get here of the model that you develop, if you have results here, you can use the same results in another institution. Electricity consumption is almost the same, and the parameters are the same everywhere. So we cannot have so many institutions to be able to have the results we want. Okay, thank you so much. So it is a case study. Thank you.
So it should appear in your title. The title we have doesn't.
Okay.
Yes,
Chair,
Professor.
Thank you, Vincent. Do you have any research findings similar to what we are going to do from other institutions, for instance?
No, from unfortunately, maybe other international institutions, but unfortunately in Uganda, research in energy efficiency has been limited, and especially in institutional buildings. So, but we can get international and then results and then compare with ours here. Thank you, Professor.
So it's the first study in Uganda.
Yeah. Energy efficiency is, in Uganda, research is limited, very limited. Even getting data about energy usage in Uganda is also not easy.
Then
Thank you.
We are eagerly waiting for yours. So we are starting with Nahamia or Biaruhanga. Talk about yourself as they prepare.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm very grateful to be here. I'm called Biaruhanga Serioza Richard. I work with Bishop Stewart University, the Department of Public Health. And my presentation is on TB. Someone presented on TB. I'm also presenting on TB, but on a different perspective. Mine is patients' profiles, risk factors and treatment outcomes among multi-drug resistant and excessively resistant TB patients in southwestern Uganda. And this
So what is your background?
My background is that
TB. So your master's is in which area?
Master's in public health.
Public health.
Yeah.
Okay.
as someone could have heard about TB, you know, TB has become a global problem, and a lot has been done, but the problem is persisting. We used to talk of TB in the past, and it would be known as TB, but currently when someone speaks about TB, it means a lot. And when you are told that you have a patient with TB, don't rush to go and visit him or share and be free with him or her, because now TB has become terrible. We have TB per se, then we have resistant TB. And currently we have what we call multi-resistant tuberculosis, which is resistant, has that strain, is most resistant to most strong anti-TB drugs that are being used, especially rifampicin and isoniazid, which are used in the treatment of TB. So, multi-drug resistant TB begins with being resistant to those two. Then extensive resistant TB is whereby this is a strain that is also resistant to rifampicin and isoniazid, and at the same time to another type of drugs that are used that are called quinolone drugs. And then another second line drug regimen which uses injections, and it also has that resistance to one of those, especially amikacin, capreomycin, and kanamycin. So when it is resistant to all those, we call it extensively resistant TB. So my point here is it has become a big problem in the world. You remember World Health Organization established DOTS program, Director Observed Treatment. Patients would be observed directly. But it was so extensive and working, but has so far almost failed. And so there is a problem of rising cases. Like in Uganda, the incidence, it is reported that it has increased to 4.9 per 100,000. So TB has, many countries meet and talk and plan, but still the resistance has remained high. And once it goes to extensive resistant or resistance, the patient doesn't take long. In KwaZulu-Natal in South Africa, they did a research, and they discovered 53 patients. In a period of 16 days when they were organizing their treatment, 23 had already died, 21. Out of 23, 22 had died, and only one patient had remained. And the treatment that is also provided these patients is a very severe treatment, so toxic. If the treatment kills even the patient before the drug and before the disease. So the problem has been going on around, and mainly when you look at treatment outcomes, the failures are getting more and more. And then I had to think. By the way, I started thinking about this even before I did my master's. I said, but now, everyone is talking about TB, and had the chance also to supervise TB at the county level in Bunyaruguru, where there is also a high incidence of TB. So, when you look at the figures, there is in 2019, they did a study and discovered there were 6,000 patients, 600,000 patients, new patients globally. And 240 of those, 240,000 died. You can imagine that the incidence is so high. So when I was reading around, I discovered that has been talked about or done about the risk factors, the demography or socio-demography of the patients, where they come from, and it could be having an influence on the outcomes, and then the risk factors associated, and the adverse risk factors whereby the patient takes treatment and in the end dies of the treatment before the disease. So my objectives So having realized all this, I found there was little information about this relationship of profiles to the outcomes, risk factors, and risk factors associated with outcomes. So I had taken a courage and write on it. I approached when I applied for the PhD, I talked to my supervisors, and that is Associate Professor Batwara and Edgar Mlogo. We talked about it, and they accepted me to take the topic. My main objective is to assess the profiles, risk factors, and treatment outcomes among these Mbarara, or multi-drug resistant TB, extensively resistant TB patients. And my specific objectives are that I want to describe the socio-demographic profiles among these patients with resistant TB, covering 4 years. It will be retrospective. So I will start from those who are registered and completed treatment between January 2018 to 31st December 2021. And the other objective is to establish the treatment outcomes among those patients in those 4-year periods. And I want also to peruse in the records and find out the risk factors that are associated with those patients. And my area of study will cover 3 regional hospitals in southwestern Uganda: Mbarara Regional Referral Hospital, Kabale Regional Referral Hospital, and Fosbotro Regional Referral Hospitals. So I also want to identify the risk factors associated with those adverse effects or outcomes in comparison to whatever is in the registers. So I will have to peruse in the registers of those hospitals and root those results. I will be having an extract sheet where I will be filling in that information. My content scope will be around those 4 objectives. And then the geographical scope, of course, I said will be done and carried out in those 3 regional referral hospitals. Mbarara has a catchment population of 12 districts, and it is located 290 kilometers southwest of Kampala. Kabale Regional Referral Hospital is located in southwestern Uganda, 410 kilometers from Kampala, southwest of Kampala. Then Fort Potro is located in west of Kampala, 320 kilometers. They are all regional referral hospitals. Time scope, as I said, I will collect data. I will be dealing with data from records. I will not have respondents to ask anything. I want to deal with records, and everything I will need for this study will be in records. So,
Yarhanga, you have 3 minutes.
3 minutes. My significance of the study is that, of course, I discovered that a lot has been done on TB prevention and control, but there is much is not talked about risk factors in comparison to treatment outcomes, socio-demographic profiles of the patients, and so forth. So now, I want to look at that, so that whatever findings I will come up with, I know that they will be useful to the government, even globally, and those people who will be interested in carrying research in relation to my study. My conceptual framework, we have independent variables and the moderating variables. The independent variables are the profiles of the patients, and then the dependent are the outcomes after treatment. And the moderating variables include multi-drug resistant TB and extensive resistant TB. So, the methodology I will use, of course, I will adopt 2 types of methods. One will be a descriptive retrospective, whereby you gather information on risk factors and treatment outcomes. Those 2 objectives will go together. Then the other 2, risk factors associated with MDR, XDR patients, and risk factors associated with adverse outcomes will also go together. Objective number 1 and 2, and then objective number 3 and 4. So, I will extract information from the registers of those patients who are in those 3 regional referral hospitals in a period of 4 years, from 2018 to 2021. Why I'm doing this is to get the most recent information or data about those patients.
Do you have a comment on your data analysis?
I'm still on the proposal.
Because time is finished, but there is a proposed
I know
analysis plan.
At the end of it, I will look at each objective in comparison to the treatment outcomes. Then I will use odds ratio to see the significance. I also hope to use confidence interval, t-test, and odds ratio to determine the incidence and the comparison of both. You know, because of time I've been made.
I don't know whether you have any other slide to go.
Yes. The data collection, which I already talked about.
Because you are at the concept stage.
Yes. Concept.
Yeah, I think we can stop you there. You now have shared your concept with us.
Yeah.
I think the most important question is whether the concept is feasible, whether it has a PhD-ness. You want to tell me the difference between a master's concept here and a PhD?
Of course, as a student, I think it applies.
Well, my view, and I think it will be some people tell you of the same view, that this could be a master's level concept.
But can't it be improved to...
Very good. We can improve it.
Yes.
Number 1, you are talking of a retrospective design.
Yes.
Whether analytical or whether descriptive, still retrospective.
Yes.
And for PhD, to sit on your desk and look at patients' charts from Mbarara Hospital, Weatherford Portal, without interfacing with the community. And we want to become a public health practitioner. You think that's okay?
Yeah, but we can also uproot information hidden there, which
very
people
good.
don't
That
want,
is
can
that
read
is
us.
that is one objective. Now think of another objective where you may have to interface with the community.
Yeah, but
and say get either a different design, whether a cohort, but again also think of having a mixed methods approach.
Yes.
Because you may want to educate or to inform the community. What's the point of going to Fort Portal? You see they had risk factor of this and this, they got drug resistance.
Yes.
It won't help the population. But if you went there, maybe did a qualitative approach, discuss them in groups, you know the way you do it,
Yes.
qualitative approach. So can you find a way of putting that objective also?
Thank you, Prof, for that.
To improve your work. Again, if you see the title of your study,
Yes.
I think you need to start with the subject, which is drug-resistant tuberculosis.
Yes.
Then add maybe epidemiology, maybe add risk factors, you see? So I'm trying to say that these are still early days.
Yes, Prof.
And there is a lot of work in progress. So visit a number of clinicians, a number of public health practitioners, a number of researchers, before you bring this for review in the faculty committee or even in the institutional review committee. But let's ask the members to give you constructive, I hope I'm constructive in my criticism, to give you constructive criticism. Feel free.
It's okay. Thank you. Yes.
You want to pick?
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to comment, and also the presenter. Sorry, I've forgotten the name you projected it for.
I'm Richard.
Sorry, Mr. Richard, yes. My only comment is similar to what Professor Bernard has made in regards to focusing, to doing all the research retrospectively using records. From interacting with the records of our health system, I know that even the most ardent health workers still leave so much data uncaptured. So if you want to, for example, get risk factors for anything using our records, it's going to be very difficult to do a good job with that. You can only be sure about what you do when you collect the data yourself and get all the factors and variables that in. That is my comment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. But it's also a risk, by the way, to interact with these multi-drug resistant TB patients. By the time you finish collecting all the data for how long in those 3 hospitals, one runs a great risk of contracting a multi-drug resistant TB, and you end up dying even before presenting your work.
No, Mr. Biaruhanga, don't worry, because yours is not a clinical research. It's a community-based. What is advising? Of course, you put all the measures for prevention, but these individuals are, moreover, you have to get the data from the community.
Okay.
So you can think about a way of...
Maybe I will change the topic, Prof.
But you have the very, very good motivation.
Yes.
You are telling us, and I think most of us are convinced on the background.
Yes.
But you know it is very, very dangerous, what you're handling.
Yeah.
If you don't do it, who will do it?
So, Prof, I'm very grateful. Thank you. I will look at it and see what I can do with my supervisors.
There is a question from Professor Kagoro. You can give her the microphone.
Yes.
Now that he's intending to run away, then my question is no longer useful and I will reserve it. But I will just comment. I will just comment that I hope all the presenters that we had this morning, no one told us about ethical review. I am hoping that all the researchers that we have listened to have gone through ethical review, because you seemed to insist that your research is not at concept but at proposal level. So if it was at proposal level, I would imagine it has gone through ethical review. And all those questions you're worried about should come out through ethical review. So I am just reminding all research students, make sure your research goes through ethical review and you have approval. The other question was $1 million question, but his intentions have made me reserve it. Thank you.
But it was a light note. I think it's not withdrawing.
No, I'm
you can
not.
pose the question.
No, I'm not withdrawing.
You can pose the question, Prof.
A negative. No, don't discourage me, Prof. Yeah? Because I started it and I can take the initiative of what my superiors are advising me.
No, I am saying from your words, you are always saying.
We are encouraging you, especially from the public health standpoint.
Yes.
It is doable. Even from a clinical one, yes. But of course you have to have the initial training.
Yeah. Thank you, Prof. Yes.
Okay, I've just read through your concept here in the paper, and I'm wondering, where is the PhD? Yes.
The PhD-ness.
Because anybody can go into these records and write out statistics. So where is that real journey that you say, I really did a PhD?
So, Mr. Byaruhanga, but are you sure you are not at concept level? Have you submitted this for review in the Faculty of Medicine?
You have submitted to FRC?
No.
Then you have
then
not
you are at concept.
Moved. Because those are some of the questions that are going to come out. Where is that, meat of a PhD? Because this could be an MPH and a very good one. But addressing it at that level. Okay.
Thank you so much. Yes. Oh. Thank you so much. Let's clap so much for Byaruhanga, who has a long journey to make. So, Mr. Ahamya, let's meet after lunch because
Can I do 5 minutes, Prof?
It's
a proposal.
It's not about time. I would rather. What stage are you?
Proposal stage.
No, you people are the ones who need guidance. Let's put in something. Then we start with you.
Okay, Chair.
Thank you so much. We meet after lunch, but let's be brief also. We have so much work to do. Finish.
You're watching a Youth TV, empowering you. You're watching a Youth TV.
Is Michael Byamukama. Is Michael here? Michael? We are dividing us into ourselves into two. Yeah. So I don't know which you prefer, but if some of your students are not here. Where is Jack? Jack, you want to stay here? Then Michael Byamukama, where is Michael? Opio Philip? Then you can go next room. For the sake of, because we shall have 4 here. And so the 4 here include Ahamya William. They include Walter has gone. They include the Kobusinje flora. They include Jack. Has Michael gone? I think Jack and Michael. Kasim is for the other side. You can inform them when they come in, not to miss the planning. Shall we start then with William? It's good to mention your department or faculty and the background at master's level.
Good afternoon. I'm Ahamia William. I'm under the Faculty of Computing Informatics. My background is still in IT. I'm on the level of proposal, and my supervisors are Dr. Drake Milembe from Mackay University and Dr. Navas Everest from MUST. Members of my doctorate committee are Dr. Kagwa Fred, Dr. Patrick Milembe Drake, Dr. Everest Navasa, and Dr. Ngubiri John. Our topic is a framework to enhance confidentiality and privacy of data in motion. The fourth industrial revolution is making a significant impact in that the Computer History Museum said that things covered by Internet of Things are no longer computer and phones, but a range of devices, which may include watches, TVs, refrigerators, cars, to mention but a few. The Fortune Business Insights indicate that the global market for embedded systems, which was valued at 190 billion in 2018, it reached 1.11 trillion by 2000. It will reach 1.11 trillion by 2026 at a compound annual growth of 24.7. But a source that was reviewed in 2021 disagrees with that. The Gartin that released 2018 says that embedded systems were to reach 14.2 by 2014 and anticipated 25 billion connection things in 2023 and anticipated for the 2020 to be 20.4. But he disagrees with the previous growth rate of 20.4. For him, he says the growth rate is at 30%. The embedded systems are mounted in different things, as I had said before, in manufacturing equipment, domestic appliances, in telecommunication equipment, medical devices, but for the case of this study, we shall focus on the vehicles. As you can see on the external targeted industries, the top 10, our transport is number 6. But of course, we are minding about the information on the embedded systems. So you can see information is number 4, actually number 3. According to the report for investigation in 2018, it was showing what causes breaches. And it gave 28% of breaches involve internal attackers, 24% of breaches involve health organizations, 76, which was the highest, 76% of breaches were financially motivated, which we think might be part of our investigation. for the different, this one was 2018, the one that was published in 2021, it increased from the previous one, which was 20% being internal tax, 28% being internal tax, to 30% being from internal tax. We also checked on some of existing frameworks. We checked on HADAP framework and then endpoint protector. Then we tried to see some of the issues that they have, issue of small files, issues of slow in processing speed, issues of low return time, and then an issue of no user consent. Also, we found out that the endpoint protector has the issue of malware, data theft, then no user consent. Despite the numerous functionalities those frameworks have, they also have some weaknesses, and majorly we shall be concerned about not getting user consent. Our major problem is unauthorized access and misuse of data in motion in embedded systems. This is usually caused by interception attacks, misuse by third parties, weaknesses in the existing frameworks, and lack of user awareness, to mention but a few. Unauthorized access and misuse of data in motion can cause or can lead to blackmail, it can lead to unauthorized disclosure of information, disruption of computer services, financial loss, loss of productivity, and many others. But for the purpose of this study, we are going to look at unauthorized access and misuse of data arising from lack of user awareness when their data is being used. Our main objective will be to improve on the existing frameworks by designing one with enhanced confidentiality and privacy of data in motion in car sensors. Our first specific objective will be to find out the weaknesses in the existing frameworks and establish requirements to improve the confidentiality and privacy of data in motion. Our second specific objective will be to design a framework aimed at enhancing confidentiality and privacy of data in motion. Our last specific objective will be to carry out a preliminary study to measure the effectiveness and the efficiency of the designed framework. Our research questions: what are the weaknesses of the existing frameworks and the requirements needed to improve the confidentiality and privacy of data in motion? Our second research question: how can a framework be designed to improve confidentiality and privacy of data in motion? Then our last research question: is the designed framework efficient and effective? On our methodology, we shall use design science, whereby it offers specific guidelines for evaluation and the interaction within the research projects. We shall also use cognitive theory, since we are trying to improve an already existing scenario. We shall also use pragmatism, since we are trying to solve a real-world problem. We shall also use mixed methods, that's quantitative and qualitative. In the next slide, we show the tasks involved in the different objectives and how we plan to achieve them. The first objective was to find out the weaknesses in the existing frameworks and establish requirements to improve the confidentiality and privacy of data in motion. Here the tasks involved will be to identify the weaknesses and to gather the requirements needed for improvement. We shall achieve this through reviewing literature, interviews, observations, questionnaires, then focused group discussions. Our second objective was to design a framework aimed at enhancing confidentiality and privacy of data in motion. Here the task will be to design a framework. We shall use a unified modeling language. Lastly, carrying out a preliminary study to measure the effectiveness and efficiency of the designed framework. the task will be to carry out a preliminary study on the framework. We shall do this by doing surveys, simulations, and focus group discussions. Lastly, we are seeing the categories that will be involved in our research. We shall have experts, ordinary employees, then the clients of the companies, of the company that installs systems. Specifically in our research, we shall use FMS. In experts, we have 19, and we shall use selective technique. There we shall use interview guides. Ordinary employees, we shall have 44. Also, we shall use selective, and we shall use questionnaires. For the clients of sensors, we shall also use random sampling, and then we shall use questionnaires. That was all. Those are some of the references. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ahamia, you said you are at proposal stage.
Yes, Prof.
I think from an outsider like me, it sounds good, but do you have any idea on the study duration, proposed duration of your methodology? Will it fit the prescribed time?
Yeah, I have already acquired the approval from REC and from UNSCST. I already have data, but I did not want to present some scanty work because I was just approved a week back.
So you're already in the field now?
So I'm ready to face the field. I have not yet gone to the field.
Okay, approval is finished. Of course, the funding is adequate.
Due to economy, I might not say yes, but to some level.
Okay, let's hear some comments, some advice on his proposal.
Thank you, William. I think it's good work, but I have some few comments. Now, when I look at your research topic, and then when I look at your introduction, you talk more about embedded systems and so on and so forth. And I expected that you give us a clear understanding of what is wrong with the existing frameworks and how clearly bring it out the weaknesses with those existing frameworks. I only saw 2 frameworks, and I was wondering, you only found out those two existing frameworks. So how I wish that you could bring it out, you focus more telling us what is wrong with those existing frameworks in regards to confidentiality and privacy. And still, when you talk of embedded systems, it's a very wide discipline. What are you specifically focusing on? Okay. For example, I remember you showing us that we spend around 1.something trillion. What embedded system are you focusing on for your research? Then the other question I have, you talked of data in motion. So you want to improve the confidentiality and privacy of data in motion. And I was wondering, what is this data in motion? Because as far as I know, we have communication channels, because any data, if you talk of data in motion, maybe what I understand is we are sending some data from one source to another destination. And I do believe that these communication channels they always do some data encryption. Okay? So what is that you are doing different from them? And I want you to clearly make us understand, are you focusing on embedded systems, or you are focusing on coming up with frameworks? A framework that will improve confidentiality. Thank you.
Thank you, Simon. I think in addition to those comments, you have questions to answer.
Here's the mic.
Thank you, Dr. Simon. Most were comments which I will work on, but for the questions, am I working on a framework? Yes, I'm working on a framework. About the embedded systems, there are very many. If you could, when I was showing my gen objective, I specified car sensors. Initially, if I may give the background, how I started with my concept and narrowed to that, I started with data on phones, how different, it was wide. I started with data on phones being misused or used without owner's consent. Not until I was advised by my supervisors and other experts that it was wide for me to handle. So I narrowed to specific applications where I'm trying to do my first paper. That was e-commerce platforms. E-commerce platforms like SafeBorder, like Jumia, like they all have our data, they are using our data, they know how we live, eat, drink, sleep, everything. So I narrowed to car sensors since I knew most of the people, and at my workplace all cars are tracked. So you would find the company, the third party, which is the company installing the sensor. It knows where you're going, what you're doing, how you're doing, everything. So what I'm trying to do, I found the frameworks existing. When they are facing your data, when they know so and so has moved from point A to point B, they know the pattern. They know you've moved from bank, let's say the cars that take money, you use certain routes. With money, you pass here, you go here, you do A, B, C, D. So it's wide, but I'm trying to narrow to car sensors with the information, how it is used. And I'm trying to put up a framework so that people get consent before their data is used. I don't know if there is...
When you narrow down, don't you think it should reflect in the title?
I was advised by different professors. I had actually my title at first, it even involved the concept and a case study. I had narrowed it to Uganda. A case study, FMS, but I was advised to take it back. Even at first it was a framework to enhance confidentiality and privacy of data in motion in embedded systems in Uganda, case study, FMS. But different sessions and different professors advised for it to be general, since at the end of the day, the research will be used by different people.
He asked about data in motion. What's your definition for this?
There is a contradiction, actually less, or I should say scanty publication about data in motion and data in use. Mine is majorly leaning to data in use. I was giving you an example. If someone was given money to say that you tell me car ABCD where it will be and which route it will use, let's say a car carrying money from a bank A to bank B, or whatever it is carrying, or carrying an important person, or whatever it is. So someone will just look on the system and say it is on ABCD. It is using this route. So that data that is being used is data in use, but still data in motion. It's data in use since it is being used there and then. It is data in motion since data is coming from the sensor in the car that is in Mbarara up to it connects to the internet, then connects to the suppliers or to the third party. I don't know, Doctor, whether I've answered you.
What I'm failing to understand is, like the way you've stated it, that we may be carrying cash from a certain point to another point. And definitely, I guess that people will be knowing that we are carrying cash. There are those who are sending us to carry cash. For example, it could be a bank manager, and there is a transporter who's taking money to a given destination. So that's what I think that would be, that isn't it? The instructions. Then what I'm trying to understand is, what are you trying to protect there? What are you trying to protect there? That's what I'm trying to understand.
Clarity. Many of these platforms actually have like embedded systems in terms of security or even communication channels. So are you focusing on the framework around these embedded systems, like enhancing their security? Embedded system to enhance their security, because by clearly even car trackers, they are there for a particular reason, and for official right now we're going for car trackers for whatever we're doing. That data is going to be there. So I think that's what he's trying to understand.
Thank you. At first I was told that it is a very wide one. Now I can tell that it is very wide. To me, my concern is, I'm concerned about the service providers. Because at the end of the day, when service providers are accessing the information from the sensor that is on the car, the sensor is being categorized as an embedded system. That sensor gets information, and so these guys that installed it know whatever you're doing. So my concern is we improve on the confidentiality. Yes, Doctor. I thought if you understand the pattern of a certain car B moves from here to here every Monday or Tuesday. Logically, you can say place B is a bank, place B is, let's leave money. Money is becoming an issue. Let's take an example of a high-end person who is needed for blackmail. That high-end person, you know that the manager or the MD company C comes from work, uses route A, B, C, D, goes to home. So the concern is these people who install the sensors can know without your consent, the end user. So I'm trying to say that if they use it and you get the consent. They have the frameworks. The two that I've showed you are the ones that are using in cars. The HADOP framework and then the endpoint protector. The endpoint protector is the latest. For it, it does not even allow you to take information from the system. To put in a flash and take information, you have to provide an administration password. But here there is a scenario where someone is working, let's say an administrator or the technician is looking and is telling cargo so and so is here, gets out and gets a phone call. So I'm trying to say that the moment they log on to mine, I should get a notification that ABCD has logged onto my system. That's the framework that I'm trying to come up with.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Simon. Thank you, Theo. I think it's you can proceed and submit for review. You have seen where the bottlenecks are. Where is data in use or data in motion, but it's sort of that. Any other comments for him? Oh, yes.
What percentages? Have you tried to find out how many cars are tracked? Because I'm seeing, how are you going to implement this? Like, have you imagined that, okay, now this percentage of cars in Uganda, they're tracked, they have sensors and so on. So then lastly, how do you intend to test this, this framework? Thank you.
I visited FMS. For them, they have over 500 clients. 500 clients have over thousands of cars. I don't recall the statistics, but they are open. Even if you just go online, they are open. So you find each and every company of late. I don't know whether Must tracks its cars, I don't know. But you find URA tracks, you find Ministry of ICT tracks, you find each and every, even individuals who have fleet of cars do track their cars. So when they all track, that information goes to the service provider. So the last question was, how will I test the framework? I would want, by the time of testing, I give them my framework. If it works, well and good. Because if you have seen in the people that I am interviewing, for the clients, they are very okay with it. The problem comes with the company that is installing the trackers. Because at the end of the day, the one who receives the service, they mind about quality. And when I was showing on the tree, I was saying what I want to measure on is the lack of user, the end user knowing. Because they are being tracked, not knowing. They are being, they know their pattern, they know what they do, everything they know without their notice. So when you tell the client, look, ABCD is happening, clients are aware, but the issue comes with the company itself, with the service provider. Yeah. Thank you, Doctor.
Okay, William. Let's now hear from Kobsinje. Is Kansime here? So she has gone the other side. Kansime was not around.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Flora Kovsinje, and that's my registration number. I'm in year 1, and my supervisors are Dr. Sembatia Richard and Dr. Kagwa Fred. I'm at a concept level, and therefore I have a lot of hopes from this, from the people, the members who are here, in as far as improving my concept is concerned. It's important to note that the education system is being shaped by technology today, and you had requested that we talk about our education background. I'm in the area of information technology with a postgraduate diploma in education and a master's degree in information systems. So my research is in the area of ICT 4D and specifically in electronic learning. So I was making note that it's important that we note that education system is now being modeled by technology, and even learners in whichever institutions, they expect integration of technology in their teaching and learning circumstances. So looking at the Sustainable Development Goals, my research is going to be guided by goal number 4, which talks about equitable quality education and promoting lifelong learning for all. And also when you look at the Uganda's Vision 2040, spearheaded by the President of Uganda, where one of the core projects looks at a high-tech city and ICT infrastructure by that year. So he mentions that it's a responsibility of all, among which I'm part, and as a researcher, I'm coming out also to make a contribution. So present-day learners, they expect incorporation of technology in teaching and learning, and in so doing, we see overflow of online learning information, and this has caused a challenge when it comes to deterioration in attention spans of learners. So the attention span for learning, commendably, was ordinarily projected to be between 18 and 20 minutes in a pre-COVID era, and as of today, we see it going between before pre-COVID era, it was between 18 and 20, and nowadays we see it between 4 and 8. So in today's times, we see the terms like Zoom fatigue, like TikTok fatigue, and etc. becoming the talk of the day. And they are becoming progressively common, thus leading to deterioration of learning, of learners' attention in as far as teaching and learning is concerned. So this scenario has presented a fresh challenge in front of the entire education system, and this has called for ways to conduct a smooth and effective teaching learning environment, thus demanding and so demands educational systems to come up and look at how look at how the learning content can be given out in bit-sized and extremely short bursts, so that they can compete with the attention span of learners. Educational systems worldwide have tried to look at ways to improve this, but still they are facing a number of challenges, which challenges are to do with the awareness about the technologies that can enable such to take place, the infrastructure to enable it, among others. So problem statement, somehow I've already echoed on it, despite the, so one of the technologies that is available that provides content to learners in bit-size portions is what we call the nano-learning technology that I'm here to investigate about. So this nano-learning technology provides content in smaller sized portions to learners, and thus increasing their levels of attention span. So, like I've mentioned, the finding that such technologies are not being taken up is associated by the little awareness that is available, the limited infrastructure, the pedagogical culture and curriculum, like for our case in Uganda, that is dominantly traditional, and lectures to be physical or face-to-face. And sometimes when we go online, you find that it is not being recognized very well. So the literature across higher institutions of learning show that learning is still very traditional, and with the era of COVID-19, some institutions tried to move online, but majorly they rolled on the open distance e-learning, or the so-called ODEL framework, which was availed by the Ministry of Education and the National Curriculum Development Center. But this still does not solve the problem that I have earlier mentioned. So teaching and learning is still said to be dominated by content from a traditional classroom. And so, with some of the online platforms providing learning experiences which are available, still are similar to the traditional classroom. So eventually we see the effectiveness of these methods and efficiency not to be very much, not to be very big, and the time spans still becoming one of the biggest bottlenecks. So the major objective of this study would be to investigate the usefulness of nano-learning technology in teaching and learning in higher institutions of learning in Uganda. So one of the specific objectives will be to check for the acceptance, because we want to come up with a technology possibly that is wanted, and in the process we want to know if if the users are okay with taking it up, and then in the process they describe for us how they would want the technology to be, and so in the second objective we come up with that technology artifact. We shall deploy it and be able to evaluate its usage. We shall deploy it and be able to evaluate its usage, and from the evaluation of its usage, we shall be able to design an appropriate, and I call it model, for its implementation. So, study justification. This technology encourages effective knowledge transfer and spaced repetition. It also, according to some research according to some literature, that this capability of e-learning is fit for the young generation, which the young generation we have already mentioned. I have already mentioned that it expects integration of technology in their teaching and learning. So with this technology, the content is short, catering for the attention span of learners, and in various forms, including videos, including audios, including text, various forms used to pass on the information. Then it is quick in terms of accessibility, and it also provides equality and equity on the side of those who can access, and on the side of the learners. So they are equated in a way that they are all having an opportunity to access the content. So with this research, I plan to use design science methodology, within which we shall review literature. After reviewing literature, we shall administer questionnaires and interview guides, and therefore it will be a mixed research. It will be a mixed methods research approach, because we are going to have both qualitative and quantitative data. So the gathered information that is from the first objective will lead to the design of an artifact, and in the design of the artifact we shall use a number of methods, including participatory method, user-centered design, and paper prototyping. So the designed artifact will be deployed for use, and then evaluation shall take place by by monitoring the logs and administering questionnaires as well as interview guides. Then results shall be summarized there later, and then after summarizing results, the got feedback from the results shall be used in the design of a framework that can help in the proper implementation of that technology. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Flora. You said you are at which stage? Concept.
I'm at concept level.
But you've presented it in your department?
Yes.
And you have the supervisors guiding you?
Yes.
Can you share some challenges before we come in to give guidance? Any challenges so far?
So far, the challenge I've met is one. I've started of registration 2021, so I'm a fresh student, and the time I've started in is when the lecturers have been busy, and somehow the supervisors were busy marking, So we haven't got enough time to sit and really do some good business on this work.
You haven't got time to?
Yeah, I'm trying to do something, share with them, but the response rate is still low, but they are attributing that to the busy schedules they are having at the moment.
Yeah, but you see, they'll always be busy. And you also have to find extra time so that whatever you want to share is ready. You have your literature ready, and you see guidance when you are prepared. But that will be solved, I guess. So members, do you have any?
Yes, thank you, Flora, for
yes, please, Doctor.
Presentation. As a lay person in regards to computer science, I don't know if you are able to explain the nanotechnology in simple terms. The last time I saw the word nano, it was in a movie. And I don't want to say what it meant in that movie.
Okay, nano can be looked at to be more of micro, small portions. So we are looking at delivering of content in small bits, catering for the times, catering for the attention spans that learners are with now. Since literature clearly shows that with the development in technology, attention spans of learners have kept on deteriorating due to the fact that it is divided up by different technologies. Zoom, Like I was talking of TikTok, WhatsApp, and etc. So when like we are here teaching, the learners, the mind is able to concentrate between 4 to 8 minutes. After that, the mind switches to another activity. Or after that, if any message drops in, the mind switches. So it's high time that we also move with the change so that we are able to improve teaching and learning.
What's your target group? You are targeting to teach which learners?
For now, I was targeting higher institutions of learning.
Higher institutions?
Yes, because I was looking at the infrastructure. I may not be able to, if I'm to go mobile, I may not be able to have that infrastructure availed in schools. But in higher institutions, every learner has almost a smartphone. So for access purpose, for access reasons, if information is published, so learners all can be able to get it there and then.
And in small bits?
Yes.
Of 10 minutes?
Yes, so the technology ensures that content is summarized. If we are to teach a 2-hour, for example, lecture, you look for the key points, the key areas, you summarize them in like 8 minutes. So in 8 minutes, a message is passed on.
A lecture on, say, family planning would take 2 hours. Now you want us to...
Yes, on family planning.
Have bits, then the rest. You know, we are using Zoom even up to now.
Yes.
But still the time doesn't change for the lecture, which I thought was the technology you are referring to. But now it comes to the small bits so that our learner's attention span is catered for. You are saying that we divide it into small pieces of 10 minutes.
The technology.
One lecture.
For 2 hours.
Now becomes about 4 lectures of small
4 sessions in one lecture.
Yes.
They become like 4 sessions in one lecture. But still, every session is not given 30 minutes. The session of 30 minutes is summarized, looking at only the key areas of emphasis, and within like 8 minutes maximum.
Without losing content.
Without losing content.
Okay. Anybody, Simon?
Thank you very much. I think I'll just start on that. You've tried to explain to me what nanotechnology is, but I'm seeing it, isn't it becoming even more problematic? Because if I'm a lecturer and I have to split my lecture, let's say 1 hour, I split it in, let's say, in many small bits. At first, you say that students, they are, because of the existing social media like TikTok and so on, they focus more onto the social media platform, isn't it? So you are trying to see that you want to create, when we break from the small bits, you create time for them to do what? To go to social media platforms, the TikTok and so on?
Yeah, because...
Why? For sure, why? Because if it's time for lecture, I expect them to pay attention. They do what? They go to TikTok when it's free time, when I've finished my lecture. Because I'm seeing you're bringing a burden to me, to the lecturer who is trying to manage the students, that I give them breaks, breaks within my lecture time. I'm seeing it is becoming more a problem to the instructor than the students.
It is.
Because the logic is, I expected maybe you are breaking the content into small bits to help students comprehend. whatever I'm teaching, you give them space, like what we always do when we've taught, for let's say, for 1 hour, and your lecture is for 3 hours. I think you say, I've given you some 10 minutes to relax, and then we come back and we continue. That's what I would think, rather than the students creating time for them to go into the social media platforms and so on. Now, we take note of that. Now,
I've taken note.
Let's go to the research that topic. I have problems with the research topic, and I just want to be honest with you because this is at the beginning so that you don't get the same problems. When you look at an investigation of nano, the key word here I'm worried with is investigation. And I'm looking at, if I have such a topic and I give it to a social scientist, I think for sure, to be honest with you, I want to be honest with you, me, I'm a very honest person. I think that social scientist will do better, okay? So what am I looking out here? I'm looking out what is that IT thing you're trying to come up with. You may have to revise that topic. And when we went through the objectives, in fact, we go to the problem statement, I realized that though you gave us an excuse that your supervisors are not yet there, a little bit busy, I realized that you are giving us a problem statement which is backed up with newspaper articles. For example, Daily Monitor, I see Makerere University, I don't know if it is the entire Makerere University. You're not giving us the specific person who maybe said such a thing. And I think these newspaper articles, they keep changing. Like when you go to New Ready Paper, they publish something, then the following day they deny. So I wish that you have to look out for really genuine journal articles, which are really genuine, which are outside there, and so on. Now, putting that aside, when we go to the objectives, here there are so many things really mixed up. I was mixed up, like to study the acceptance and usage of nano, learning technology in teaching, and learning in higher institution of learning. Now, one thing I really need to know, do we have this technology already in place?
No.
Now, if you are to study the acceptance and usage of nanotechnology, what I expected is there is that, if we are to go by that objective, there is that technology in place. You are trying to see how are they adapting to it. That's what I expected, if I'm to go by that. Now, if it's not in existence, then it means that this main objective cannot work here. And when we go to specific objective number 2, you need to separate main objective and specific objective. You said to develop a nano learning technology artifact. Now here you mixed me. What is an artifact, if I may ask? Now to make it worse, as you go down here, you mention of modeling. I saw something like a model. Was that objective? Objective 3. I see there is a model, there's an artifact. There is nothing in place, so you really end up mixing up. But for me, the way I see your direction, the direction of your research, this is what I would take if I'm the one. Okay. First, I would change my topic. Instead of saying investigate, I would say maybe since the nanotechnology is not yet in place in Uganda, specifically I'm looking at Uganda because I know maybe outside there it might be okay. If it's not yet in Uganda, I would look at why is it that this technology is not yet in Uganda, and could I come up with if a framework, for example. I think that's why you have the word artifact. I guess that the artifact here, you're interchangeably using it as a framework. Yes. And see if the framework is not yet in place, even if it's in place in other countries, can I ship it from other countries and then bring it here in Uganda? Can it work for us? Okay. If it can work for us, then your main objective would work. But if it can't work for us, then you as an IT expert, you could think of how can I improve that framework which I've shipped from outside such that it fits into the settings
Ugandan
of
context.
Ugandan context.
Context.
That's how I would think about it. So you may need to think in that direction if I've gotten you well. Then when we go to, so please don't mix us model versus artifact, use one word.
Okay.
Yeah. Then when you go to your research design, let's go to your research design. Your research design is still here. You mentioned that you use design science. Then you give us such a research, that's research design. When we talk of using design science, would want to see how you are going to achieve, you try to align your methodology, your steps within design science. But now here, I don't know which step is that. Like for example, let's take evaluation. It is under which phase of design science. So you may need to revise this. As I'm winding up, he talked of evaluation. The speaker, let's go to evaluation of the artifact. And then under evaluation of the artifact, I'm seeing system development, system logo, monitoring, and so on and so on. I thought that evaluation would imply that I've developed maybe my artifact. Now I want to test it and see how it will work.
Yes.
So here you're mixing up things. You cannot talk of development, then you evaluate.
Okay.
So, yeah, I think, that's what I had. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Kauma. I think those are very valuable comments. You should take note.
I've taken note.
Especially that, the title slide, where what you want to do should really come out.
Okay.
Any other comments?
And just to enhance Dr. Kauma's issue, I think if you see where you write to design an appropriate model for integration, I think for me that's where your value addition is going to be. Okay? Where you're looking at a model for integration of nanotechnology in the existing systems in what we are actually doing. So that from all the words you have said, that is what I can see. And how are you going to enhance it? Which platform are you going to use? Which platform are you going to be able to investigate? Because in public institutions we're using different platforms.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking that is how I also must confess I've not heard about nanotechnology, but I think you abstract the last sentence makes what you call your what your title should be.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Let's clap for Flora. You are who? Jack. Jack, you can also present yours.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, sir.
My name is Jack Turubohawe, and I'm here. I'm at proposal writing stage. I defended the concepts, and now I'm writing the proposal, though I've not yet defended it to the DC, to the doctorate committee, and also the faculty. So I'm here to present what I have done so far with the proposal. My topic is an artificial neural network model for early prediction of late blight disease in Irish potatoes using image processing. A case of Irish potato farmers in Kigezi region, Uganda. My supervisors are Dr. Symposium Richard and Dr. William Waswa. The background. Agriculture in Uganda is key in Uganda's economy, and it generates 24% of the GDP, or the gross domestic product, and also accounts for 54% of Uganda's export earnings. And it also employs 70% of the population. And despite agriculture contributing a lot, it is still being affected by diseases and pests. And according to the Center of International Potato, Irish potatoes are a very popular crop and with much value in Uganda for income generating, improving nutrition, and thus named a key crop to the country. Late blight disease is very, very, very common in Uganda, most especially the southwestern region and Bali, and it destroys, on average, 60% of the Irish potatoes grown in Uganda. Plant disease is very important. Most especially, plant disease diagnosis is very important, most especially when it is done at an early stage. And that reference shows that artificial neural networks models have been used in so many studies to make sure that they curb such kind of issues of disease prediction. According to Lear and Yu, they did a study in China and on pests and disease detection, and they were basing themselves on deep learning, where artificial neural networks are a part or a subset of deep learning. Artificial neural network model will be developed since it is in deep learning techniques and be recommended and is recommended in those studies 33, 32, 31, and 30. And the model will adopt features of the study 32 and 29 to be accurate. The statement of the problem. Late blight disease is the leading cause of damage. Approximately, it damages it causes a loss which is equivalent to 3.7 trillion Ugandan shillings per year globally. And the money in dollars is just there. In Uganda, where we have more than 300 households growing Irish potatoes, they lose about 447 billions and also 447 billions and 300 million Uganda shillings. Therefore, early and accurate prediction of this disease is very necessary, such that we be able not to incur such losses. The majority of farmers and agriculture extension workers have limited knowledge, most especially in detecting the disease early. They have the knowledge, of course, when the disease comes up, but when it is still at an early stage, that is when we need to involve in technology. Why Chigezi? Why not Mbale? Late blight disease, according to a study, number 10, damages areas most especially with high rainfall and low temperature, which happens in those areas, most especially Chigezi area, which is a highland area with those prevalence in climate and weather. Despite the limitation of farmers and extension workers, of course, models have been developed to identify late blight disease in East Africa, and they have achieved 93% accuracy. For example, there was a scholar in Nakuru, Kenya, called Torichit, who did work in Nakuru, Kenya, and also and he got 93%, and other people in East Africa who have done. So it is rated at 93% of the accuracy. And despite these models having achieved 93% accuracy, we see other models elsewhere having 99.3% in areas like Saudi Arabia. And the convolution neural network models which were designed in India have also achieved a certain level of accuracy, that is 98.42% 99.11, 97.02, and so on. So there are 4. This leaves us with an accuracy gap between 6.56% and 7% to improve the East Africans' average accuracy of 93% to between 99.56% and 100%. My main objective is improving early prediction and accurate diagnosis of late blight disease among Irish potato farmers in Kigezi region. The specific objectives: to review the state of art of artificial intelligence models for identification and prediction of late blight disease in Irish potatoes. Objective number 2 is to develop and evaluate the artificial neural network models for identification and prediction of late blight disease in Irish potatoes. Then I will evaluate the accuracy of the proposed artificial intelligence model innovation, which we shall later on see that it will be through a mobile application. My research questions: What are the states of art available for artificial intelligence models for identification and prediction of late blight disease in Irish potatoes? How can an artificial intelligence model for identification and prediction of late blight disease in Irish potatoes be designed and evaluated? What is the evaluation of the accuracy of the proposed artificial intelligence model innovation to end users, including farmers and agriculture extension service workers? The scope: geographically it will be done in Kigezi, and the parameters of interest will comprise of the potato seedling type, humidity, temperature, leaf wetness, color, leaf color, and wind direction. And I'm leaving in a gap of other factors that may arise during the study. Data will mainly be secondary data from Kachwekano's Zonal Research Development Institute and also from Uganda Meteorology Authority, and experiments will also be conducted in 4 Irish potato seasons in Kabale, Rubanda, Ruchiga, Kisoro, and Kanungu. Justification: since we are losing so much money with this kind of disease, then there is need for us to get a more accurate innovation that will curb this process. In my literature, I have the conditions and symptoms for the disease, which include the weak soaked irregular pale leaves, brownish to purple black spots, and also the white midril, which consists of the pyrogera and spores of pathogen. Also affected, the stems can also be affected, which may collapse, and the tubers can also get spots. Development of the model. This model will be, there are models which have been developed, and they have majorly considered weather pattern, 2 parameters, that is temperature and humidity. So as part of what I will consider to enhance the accuracy is also looking at other additional parameters that I will be able to add. So I summarized the literature to get the gap there, which still remains a gap for accuracy. Then we go to the methodology. The research will be done in Kigezi region, those are the districts, and the research design, data science will be utilized for this study, and this research will tackle practical questions with regard to early prediction of crop diseases, which is a problem faced, sorry about what is written on the slide, but I will collect it later. Acquisition of data, as I earlier said, I will get it from those organizations, Kazadi and Uganda Meteorology Authority. So that is design science, a diagram showing design science. And the problem is already identified, and the defined objectives, which I'm going to do, are also already discussed. Then the design and development, and demonstration, evaluation, and communication. Quickly, objective 1, I will review the state of art using a systematic literature review. And papers will be obtained from PubMed, Science Direct, Google Scholar, IEEE, Institute of Electronic Engineers, sorry for the abbreviation. And the inclusion and exclusion criteria will be utilized, and also the PRISM analysis for literature review. Objective 2, I will develop and evaluate an artificial neural network models for identification of late blight disease in Irish potatoes. The image analysis process will be followed in the design. This will include image acquisition, image pre-processing, image segmentation, image classification, and which will be considered in the model development. And we shall also use the convolutional neural network model or deep learning techniques to develop some algorithms that may be needed to support our model. This is a diagram showing the PRISM analysis, which I talked about as part of what I will use to answer the first objective. Then the last objective, which is objective 3, to evaluate the accuracy. Now, to achieve this, there will be development of a mobile app which will be integrated with an AI model, with the AI models built. And this application will be given purposively to selected farmers and extension workers in Chigezi districts, that is Kabaleki, Sorokanungu, Rushiga, Rubanda, and Rukunjiri. We shall use that to measure the error, and the time period is that, and we shall follow ethical issues as directed by the Mass Research Ethics and Research Committee. This brings us to an end. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Jack. And clap for Jack. We gave you more time because it was flowing. It looks good. So we also start with your challenges. Share with us anything at this stage before we allow the others to guide you.
Okay.
1, 2, 3 challenges.
Majorly, I have lacked data about the farmers that I'm supposed to give the application to use, and I was inquiring from us if it is a normal research procedure to first do a survey to see the farmers and extension workers perhaps who have mobile phones, such that I see if it can form my sample size, then I purposively take up the sample size.
I think they'll answer you. Any other challenge?
So far, I am moving on. I get feedback, and to me, I think I'm progressing.
Yeah, because as you become a researcher, when you identify a problem or an area and you want to find a solution through research, it's good to, first of all, do some piloting. See whether it will work out. Yeah. First of all, in terms of the sample that you want out of the population, and the second, of course, whether you have resources. So maybe it should have been better to go to that area of Kigezi, you said, and you find out roughly as a pilot, sample a few districts and see whether it's feasible. But I think it should work because mobile phones are now. You said smartphones or mobile phones? Smartphones are not so common, but anyway. So members, especially from first, let's start with Theo.
Before I came here, I was reading about an It's an early warning system for, I don't know, but I like your clarity on your objectives. But I think you will need to do a little more work around your research methodology. Same thing as I think the previous person, clearly relating your output to the design science methodology. I think that is really clearly right working. And at this point in time, as you do your research proposal, it's very important to keep shaping what kind of papers you're going to develop along the way in terms of research output. But I think the question which you raised is, if I asked it differently, how do you think your journey so far? Okay? How, as a student, how do you think it have improved? Because it gives us feedback on, saying, well, this is, as a student, this is how I feel about what's happening in the process. Thanks.
Thank you. Can I go ahead, Chairman? Okay, thank you very much, Jack, for the presentation. I think it's a good topic and researchable. However, when you go to the topic itself, when you say AI, it's too abstract, very, very abstract. You say using AI, neural network mode, and so on. So how I wish that you be specific, because you know it that AI is broad. There are so many techniques of machine learning. Be specific. I loved when you brought in neural networks, but we can't say artificial neural networks. It's either could be CNN, KLN, and so on, rather than you stop saying artificial neural network. When you bring artificial, it makes that it's a broad field. So you try to be specific on that. Now, yes, I'm saying the word artificial neural network. Like, for example, I saw you are talking of CNN, convolutional neural network, KLN, and so on. What I'm trying to be here, I want us to be specific. Because even if when you go to neural networks, there are different techniques you can use and so on. So I just wanted you to be specific. Then, while I know with machine learning, I'm doing machine learning and artificial intelligence, is that you must have data. Without data, you can't do much. Yeah, so my worry is, I guess the mere fact that you're talking of neural networks, I see these are images. So what I'm seeing that you want to analyze existing images and predict if, isn't it? So have you already thought of the data you are going to use? Where are you going to collect this data from? And so on and so forth. It's very, very, very important. Are you going to create that data yourself, or there is already data in existence? Because when you're using machine learning, there is already online databases. I don't know, you talked of Kazala and then which other, those two places. Do they have that data already?
This is like for the mobile thing, that is what I plan to use.
Okay, so you think about where you're going to get the data, because you know it well, you need data for training, validation, and testing. So without that, then it is a little bit hard for you. Then, the other thing I'm certain of, there are so many, a lot has been done in machine learning. There are so many existing techniques and existing models in place. That one, you agree with me. So what is new are you bringing on board? So you need to think, you may not know it right now, but you need to think about it. Because at the end of the day, when you are presenting your PhD, when you are defending, I'll ask you such a question. Because I know there are so many models which you can just get, use, based on the images and run it. But what are you bringing? What is new you are bringing on board? Then the other thing I disagree with you is that evaluating the developed model using a mobile phone. That one, take it or not, I disagree with you. Why? I have a very good laptop here, very good, but I don't use it to run such models because it is intensive in terms of memory and so on. In fact, you'll be running your experiments on Google Colab, not on even that laptop you're using. So now I'm imagining if you have a phone, I don't know how supersonic that phone would be. Okay, but I doubt if you go ahead and evaluate the model using a smartphone with limited memory and so on. Okay, then as I'm winding up, okay, I've already said you need images and so on. Yeah, that's what I have for now. Try to be specific which technique are you using. It's very, very, very important. CNN, KLN, RN, and so on and so forth. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Dr. Simon. You can have the microphone and seek guidance from him, yes.
Thank you so much, Doctor. I looked at that. There is what I thought would work, what I had in mind was not carrying the whole the model to the mobile phone, but carrying the behavior, and I implemented the behavior of the model. I'm using this model to predict. Maybe I might not carry the Thank you. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the guidance. Thank you, Jack. I think you have a question, yes?
Thank you, Jack. No, it's just a comment on, you talked about Prisma for review. So so that means usually Prisma is specifically for systematic reviews. So because systematic reviews involve the effectiveness compared to scoping reviews where you're just presenting the available data. So I think it's important to clearly from the onset to specify if it's the scoping review or the systematic. And if it is the scoping or normal literature review, you just kick out the Prisma.
Thank you so much. My first objective, of course, will be we'll need systematic literature review because I'm trying to make sure that I review the state of art of all artificial intelligence models. Thank you.
So another hand clap for Jack. Let's look at that, Jack. Is Maureen around? You can give us your concept. Are you at concept also?
Kabarunj Maureen are my names. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm here to present to you a framework for the adoption of blended learning in higher educational institutions and a case study of southwestern Uganda. The outline of my presentation will go as follows. Shall look into the introduction, background. We look at the problem statement, objectives of the study, research questions, scope of the study, significance of the study, literature review, methodology, and references. In the background of our study, according to Graham 2013, blended learning referred to the integration of face-to-face and online instructions, whereby we have classroom training, and then we have e-learning, whereby students are able to use the internet, and this, a combination of the two, will bring us what we call blended learning. And this has been adopted, especially in this pandemic that has been on, COVID-19, whereby most of the educational institutions have been closed. But those who had adopted blended learning had to continue with their studies and work. So it has been noted that blended learning has been adopted in different sectors. As you can see on the chart, the pie chart, we can see 73% of mixed, that is online and face-to-face, and that is a combination of different sectors, not only education. Here we have agriculture, we have other services that have really opted for blended. And then we have 12% which are fully online, and then 15% according to Mbarara 2020. We have some of the key features of face-to-face and online teaching, which is blended learning, because we are combining the two, the traditional teaching and learning, and then the online. So when you go to student-centered, that is the online, we have features like asynchronous, whereby you have one-to-one written communication, whereby the students are able to write at any time they want, at any place they are, at any given pace they can afford. And then they have some of the courses which have been planned in advance, that they have been sent to them by their lecturers, and then they use different multimedia, interactive, and these are easily adopted learning materials. Then in the teacher-centered, where we have the classwork, the physical campus time, where we have the synchronous. Here is where we have one way of communication, and students are able to study at the same time. You have instant communication and feedback, and it allows a lot of communication to move on at once, because you're in class, you ask there, and then you get your feedback. Actually, here they have textbooks, and they have other supplemental texts, and here the teacher is the expert. That is what we have been used to, and most of us, we have gone through this kind of teaching and learning. Then when you combine the two, then we have these features like content-centered, whereby you have like a repository where you have your information, where it is kept. An example here at MUST, we have LMS, which has been adopted and used by different faculties. Then you have a cult of communication, which is really critical for learning, because it allows students to learn at any time of their will. And then we have a value of the sizing teachable moment. You can even teach in shift. You can even maybe take an example of the Zoom that have been happening. You can have a Zoom from 2 to maybe 4, then from 5 to that. So that is some of the features of face-to-face with online teaching. There are different modules that are involved within blended learning, and these modules we have face-to-face, whereby the students and lecturers meet at campus or at their study area, they learn or they study. And these classrooms are supplemented by the online at times. Then we have what we call rotational model, of which here the students supplement this. They just rotate between online and traditional or chalk and talk, but it has to be really based on the class modalities. Then the flex model, for it, students has to customize the schedule in the flex model. They have to decide on what to do, and they only come on campus for physical lectures when the instructor have called for a practical session. Then we have what we call an online lab model. This is not purely online, but it is where we support the traditional teaching with an online in a campus. You have to be in campus. But the self-brain model, it is outside campus. You supplement tradition with internet out of campus. You don't need to be around or in campus. Then the sixth is enriched virtue model. This is purely e-learning. And from that, I want to take you through the impact of blended learning. Yeah, we have all embraced this, which is good, and it has really promoted active learning because students are able to sit in their homes, in their places, in internet cafes, wherever they are, and they do what we call self-driven learning, which is online learning. Then it also encourages small groups whereby the teacher can really instruct a few, or the instructor can take through a small group of learners into a given session. Then there is room for collaborative or collaboration, whereby different students can also collaborate. You're in Mbarara, you can collaborate with someone in Kampala, and then you have your own small group and you work on a given project and then you submit. Our problem statement, I will prefer to present it in this form, which is a 3-factor. And here we say that quality education is assumed to be a right, a human right for all, according to the SDG 4. And then minus this, or however much the government has put in a lot of effort in promoting quality education and long life learning, still we have 30% of the illiterate people within our country, and this is evidenced by the statistics driven from Uganda Bureau of Statistics in 2020. Our main problem is low blended learning adoption, which is of 18% according to Nakaziba and the rest of 2019. And this low blended learning has been as a result of power fluctuations. At times, yes, we have even evidenced it here. We are here presenting, we are in a symposium, and then power goes off. So this is a live example. Power fluctuations have led into low blended learning adoption, and then there is poor internet connectivity, which is evidenced by only 29.1% of the people in the country that own internet or have smartphones that can access internet. And then this low blended learning adoption in higher education institutions of learning is also as a result of lack of management support. If the management has not supported this blended learning by providing the infrastructure, as we're going to look into the conceptual model that I came up with, if there's no facilitation from the management, then whatever is being planned to come up to support the learning and teaching goes in vain. There are so many causes. We normally call them root causes. And then we have the effects of this problem. If it is not solved, and what comes next? We have reduced students' learning outcome. This is also evidenced with this pandemic that has been on, and it is still on, whereby some of the students who never had capacity to own some smartphones, computers, laptops, and have even data were not able to study. And that's the strongest effect that we really faced worldwide, some campuses, even some universities, they never continued with teaching and learning because of lack of the facilities. Then it also leads to reduced student learning experience. Students are just used to traditional methods of teaching and learning. They know that if I don't come to campus and sit and the lecturer comes and I see him or her, then I will not study. But that is not what we are opting for. We are trying here to solve this problem of low-blended learning so that people can adopt this blended, so that you can come at a given interval, as long as you agree on what to do. Maybe you come at campus for practical sessions, for exams, and there are some exams that we can even do while online. So to address this problem, I accept and acknowledge research that has been done with the available frameworks. There are so many frameworks that have been in existence to promote or to encourage the adoption of blended learning. However, some of them are like a complex adoptive blended learning framework. It is not fit for us, as I will go into the literature to critique it, but still allow me to say something small. That
you have 3 minutes.
3 minutes?
Maureen.
Thank you. Maybe our main objective of the study is focused on towards the improvement of blended learning adoption in higher education institutions. And our first objective is to establish the strengths and weakness in the existing frameworks, about their level of usage and satisfaction in higher education institutions, then to design the framework to improve blended learning adoption, and then to test and validate it. The research questions: one is, what are these strengths and weaknesses? That is going to be evidenced in our literature, and what should be considered while designing this, which will be informed by the information and the data that we're going to gather from research one. Then how feasible and acceptable. This one will be on how to test and validate. So our scope, we are considering 3 universities which will be purposely chosen, and that is MAST, BSU, and Cavalry. The time scope, 2 years. The technical scope, we have student-staff interaction models. These are models that we're going to come up with within our framework. The significance may be to talk about like 2 of them: improved performance in students. This is evidenced by the literature from Maureen 2016. And then the policymakers will also be informed on how to implement blended learning within their systems. I had a few of the frameworks that we have carried literature on. We have complex adaptive blended learning framework, whereby we looked at its variables as learners, teachers, technology, content. Their strength is that they provide the guidance in development of blended learning content, but their problem is that, or their weakness, they do not support the performance expectancy, that is PE, performance expectancy of its users, and effort expectancy, that is EE, and then facilitating conditions as recommended by without 2 model, that is unified theory of acceptance use technology. Because of time, allow me to go to the next slide. Still on the existing frameworks and models that we looked at, we had to be guided by the without model to look, and this is without model 2, which had other 3 components added onto it, and one of them is price control, the habit, and the heroic manner. And for our model, we are thinking of how can we look at mental health. All these models are not considering mental health. Yet, of recent, it has been evidenced with research that most of the Ugandans, I don't know how many we are here, that some of us are also mentally ill. So we want to focus on that within our model, and we see how we can cater for mental health and also look at the data, packaging, processing, and security, of which these other models try to address a few, but they leave out a lot. We have our hypothesis There are 7 of them. Because of time, I will not move all of them, but allow me to explain like 2. When we talk of performance expectancy, here we say that it is our hypothesis 1. Performance expectancy is a degree in which the student or the lecturer perceives or believes that using a certain system will help him or her to improve on his job performance. So if the students really see that blended learning will help them to learn, to perform better, they don't need to come to campus, it will save their time, save their money, the same as lecturers. There are some lecturers who are comfortable working from home, off campus, so they will adopt.
Time is up, but can you say something about your methods?
Yeah.
If at all.
Thank you.
In 1 minute.
Yeah, for my methods, we are going to follow the design science processes, whereby in the awareness of the problem, we have to gather information using the data from different databases, because we opted for the scope methodology. We read data from different data engines and databases, then we get to a tentative design. That is our proposal. Now we develop the artifact, which is a simple system that we're going to come up with, and after that we evaluate it, because in our objective number 3 is to test and validate, of which we are going to evaluate that, and then we come with the results and the conclusion.
Yeah, we wish you well, Maureen.
Thank you.
So, any comment for Maureen after the hand clap?
Thank you very much, Maureen. I think maybe more questions would have come up on that chart which had the various hypotheses. But I'm seeing that you're looking at, from your case study, you're saying southwestern Uganda. And high institutions of learning, are you focusing on universities? Because in terms of the case studies that you'll be able to get, you'd actually have to see at what level was this blended learning adopted, because that could also include vocational institutions. And secondly, I think also part of, at one point in time, I was, when you're talking about the problem statement, I clearly didn't understand your scope of investigation. You can see that at the end of the day, you're trying to come up with a framework to validate blended learning in programs, right? That is my issue. But when you go to your problem statement, you come more to the social sciences analysis of your problem. So it kind of becomes confusing, but I don't know if it was the way you presented it, or because even your abstract here is a bit, it looks more like a social sciences conversation, but as you go deeper, you realize the IT conversation.
Thank you.
Thank you. You have to react to that a bit.
Thank you. It's good. Yeah, on problem statement, as I prefer to present it in a pictorial way, because I tried to reduce on wording. But as I tried to explain, there is a lot that has been invested into blended learning or e-learning, but still there is low adoption, and that has been evidenced with 18%. And there are some causes of that which we have looked at as the root causes, and then based on that, our framework, we are going to, as I've already critiqued these other frameworks that are in existence, so our framework is going to add in some of the few modules, actually they are in our Not really, because for us we are coming up with our own, actually we have a proposed framework which is going to be developed from the already existing frameworks. You can't say we are starting afresh, no. Yeah, that is it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Maureen, once again. We wish you the best. Finally, we have one presentation. The last one, we have up to 10 minutes for you to present your work. What's it about? IT. Community engagement. Good. Tell us about yourself as you summarize your work. Really, we are beyond program.
University. I'm a PhD student registered with the Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies. And so my study is looking at community engagement and schistosomiasis prevention. And I'm using the sociological analysis of the citizen science model among selected communities of Western Uganda. I am in my third year and I've published my first paper of the first objective. I'm now in the second version of my results for the second objective. My supervisors are Dr. Viola Nyakato from Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies, Professor Caroline Poels from University of Antwerp, Dr. Tina Yuse from Central Museum for Royal Museum for Central Africa in Belgium, and also Dr. Caroline Masquile from University of Antwerp in Belgium.
Four of them.
Yes. So schistosomiasis, just a look at the picture will give you very worrying impression. The common name that we use is that it is bilharzia. So it is a disease that is common along the lakes, the rivers, and ponds. It affects mostly the children, but also the fishing communities. The most common signs and symptoms are the swollen belly, the swelling of the belly, but also passing of blood in stool. At advanced stages, if not treated, you can start vomiting blood, and it can also affect the liver. In Uganda, the prevalence has been fluctuating, but currently the current figure that we are using is that at least 3 adults out of every 10 are infected, and if you include children between 2 and 4 years, the prevalence goes to at least 4 out of every 10. And in some cases, like highly endemic, prevalence is as high as 9 out of 10, with over 50% people being at risk. So, what am I problematizing? I am looking at the prevention and control efforts that have been made. Historically, as per the WHO recommendation, preventive chemotherapy using the MDA, that is the mass drug administration of the praziquantel, has been in place, and in Uganda it was introduced in 2003. But there is also the snail control approach that other countries have been using. In Uganda it is not yet very common, and then combined with the health education. So we see that in Uganda specifically, even when the MDA has been in place for all these years, and there has been continuous health education in the communities, prevalence has continued to remain high, and in some cases, even where MDA has been implemented, reinfections still occur. And so you're asking, why? Why is this happening? Some of the literature that has informed me is that studies done somewhere else and also parts of Uganda show that social and cultural factors are really a key player among other factors that influence prevention and control. And these factors can be individual at personal level, interpersonal, but also institutional and community. Norms, values, knowledge, attitudes, perceptions, including even health-seeking behaviors, gender issues, poverty, they permeate to influence infection. So we see the practices that individuals engage in themselves, like open defecation, is said to be one of the influencing factors, because the snails pass through the feces, and then when water comes and the rain comes, it washes it and goes to the lake, and then people get into contact with the contaminated water, and then they get infected. Other water-related activities are swimming, playing, bathing, washing clothes, and all those are a risk factor. So as far as intervention strategies are concerned, in Uganda, some of the strategies are top-down, where interventions are designed from the center and taken down to the communities. But some interventions take a bottom-up approach, where they are designed from the communities and then in partnership with the center, and then they also implement. Others are partnership. But in Uganda, most of the interventions, especially as far as health education is concerned, have been top-down in nature. And yet literature informs us that most of the top-down approaches are not yielding any results. So there is this concept of the citizen science model that has been applied, especially in the natural sciences, in geography, environment, biology, to monitor, to collect data on many of those subjects within the disciplines of the natural sciences and environment. But in the social sciences, its application, according to literature, seems to be limited. And citizen science is a form of participatory approach to research or knowledge production, where the communities are selected who do not have any scientific knowledge, are selected and trained and deployed to participate in the research process, right from problem identification, data collection, in some cases even analysis and reporting, including implementation of the findings. So we see that even when such models have been applied, especially in the north, in the south is not so much common yet, and also within the social sciences, its application has not been so much appreciated. More so in the use within the NTDs or neglected tropical diseases, for which bilharzia is one. And so I design an objective of assessing the contribution of the community-led interventions that integrate the citizen science approach in the prevention and control of schistosomiasis among selected communities of Western Uganda. My study is guided by 5 specific objectives. The first 3 form the baseline studies, that is to assess the level of knowledge, attitudes, and practices of the communities regarding bilharzia, for that matter, schistosomiasis, and also to explore and understand their perspectives regarding the disease. The second objective is to explore their health-seeking behaviors associated with the disease. The third is to understand the lived experiences and perceptions of those members of the communities that have ever suffered from the disease. What has been their experiences, and how did those experiences shape their perceptions about the disease, and what can other members of the communities learn from them. The fourth objective is now to develop and implement contextualized communication strategies for the prevention of the disease based on the outcomes of the first 3 objectives. And then the 5th objective is to evaluate this citizen science approach to communicating in schistosomiasis information among the communities. In the interest of time, I'm not going to talk much about the theoretical lenses and the conceptual frameworks, but it is guided by the classical sociological theories of symbolic interactionisms that talks about human beings acting based upon the meanings that they attach to symbols. And symbols can be objects, languages, actions. And in this case, the disease can be a symbol, and people attach meanings, different meanings, depending on how they perceive it. The social constructivism is about how reality is constructed, and in this case, the experience of the communities about the disease, what they think about it, and what they perceive about the disease is important for us to understand before taking any action. And then phenomenological theory is about the lived experiences, that reality is experienced. If you experience it, then you are the best teacher, you are the one best positioned to explain what that reality is. So it's guided by the socio-ecological model of a health intervention, that behavior is situated in both the individual, the interpersonal, the intrapersonal, and also the institutional and the community factors. So it was done, it's being done in the western part of Uganda. In the interest of time, it is in Kagadi and Toroko districts. 5 sub-counties selected, 4 in Kagadi and 1 in Kantonara. These sub-counties were purposively selected through participatory community engagement activities that we did. Our study population, my study population, are the adult household members of the communities of those, the study area, the victims or those who have ever suffered from bilharzia, community volunteers, these are citizen scientists that we participatorily selected and trained and deployed to participate in the research, but also healthcare workers, community leaders, and local government workers. I wouldn't want to waste time on this, but it talks about the phase of the study, the baseline study that captures the first three objectives, the mixed methods survey that I already told you that I did, and then the health-seeking behavior. I also collected the data and the results in version 2, and then the lived experience, which I also collected the data and partially analyzed. The phase 4, which is about designing and implementing the contextualized communication strategy, has also been done, and data partially analyzed. And then the last one is evaluating the effectiveness of the citizen science approach. Also, we have already done participatory data collection with from the citizen scientists and members of the local communities. So this was my first objective. I just want to go to the results straight away. To the conclusion straight away. From the study that I did, 337 participants, household members participated in the survey questionnaire. 12 members were involved in the in-depth interviews, and then 28 focus group discussion sessions that I conducted with individuals comprising 251. So I used both quantitative and qualitative approaches, and then I also analyzed the data quantitatively and qualitatively. And the findings, interesting findings, show that communities are actually knowledgeable about the disease. They also have positive attitudes towards the disease, the preventive measures, but persistent risky water, hygiene, and sanitation practices still continue to exist. And also there are existing myths and misconceptions regarding the disease, about its cause, even about how they should prevent it. So that, to us, was a very serious thing that prompted us to say, let's see how we can involve the communities in conducting awareness campaign. That becomes our recommendations, doing a community-based awareness campaigns, which is a bottom-up approach as opposed to the top-down approach. But also cognizant of the fact that there are certain things the communities cannot do. For example, access to clean and safe water. And some of the communities reported that they don't have good soils and they don't have land to construct toilets and latrines. That means that there should be some external support in form of provision of clean and safe water, but also maybe enhancing construction of public toilets that can be used, especially for the communities along the lake shores. So this paper has already been published in the closed NTD in February. Second objective, already, as I told you, the second version of my results, the findings show that the communities really, despite the existence of the health facilities in some of the areas, they still use popular or traditional healthcare seeking methods, and interactions with the participants indicated that they suffer a lot of barriers in terms of distance, especially those along the lake, but also the attitudes of the healthcare workers negatively affects their decision making. Also transport issues in terms of cost, but also poor road networks, and then lack of medicine. That is the praziquantel, that is the drug that is commonly used. As I said, this is manuscript drafting in progress. Objective 3, data already collected, 26 interviews done with the people who had ever suffered from the disease, and also 7 focus group discussions done with the same category of people who had ever suffered from the disease. From the preliminary findings, there are negative perceptions that they had before the disease. The way they used to look at the disease, think about the disease, before suffering from the disease, they didn't take it seriously, they didn't mind about it, but from the interactions, it shows that after suffering from the disease, their perceptions had changed. But also the way people treated them when they were suffering from the disease, there's a lot of stigma, discrimination, isolation. Children who are young girls, if they see their swollen belly, people think that they got pregnant, and then parents start labeling them and discarding them, giving them negative connotations. Women, marriage issues were in problems because if you see skin rashes, and some of the signs are similar to HIV. So it brought gender issues in the communities where they would say, okay, you are the woman, you are suffering from disease. I mean, they say you are having HIV, therefore you're the one who brought for me the disease, the HIV, and yet it is actually bilharzia. So some of those are the findings, preliminary findings, partial analysis done. As I said, we already implemented this awareness campaign in the study area. We use participatory approaches to designing the strategy, but also participatory approaches to implementing it with the citizen scientists at the center stage. The picture you see there is one of the citizen scientists participating in the design of the strategy. But later on they went and did home visits, house-to-house campaigns, they performed dramas, they participated in football tournaments. These are all channels of communications that they are the ones that suggested during the design, and then we engage them together with the community people to do the campaign. So part of the data is already analyzed. Finally, I already conducted the data to evaluate the participation and involvement of the citizen scientists in communicating the messages about the bilharzia. We used the most significant change stories approach, and then the focus group, and then in the key informant interviews. Stories have been collected, analyzed them to see what changes their participation have caused in their lives, but in the way they communicate, but also in the lives of the communities. And so we engaged them, and then they told us their stories, and then we made some other members of citizen scientists who had participated in the campaign but did not write the stories, to rank the stories, go through, read the stories and rank them to see which stories best speak to them. And so we asked them to suggest this, and they were able to do that. Again, we also interfaced with the local leaders who had participated in the awareness to also have a look at the stories and tell us their side of it, and see whether these stories speak about what the citizen scientists have been doing, and whether they spoke the truth about how they were communicating the information regarding the disease. So the focus group discussion data and the key informant data are all collected and transcribed. Now waiting analysis.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. So I want to acknowledge the project that I am working for is called ATRAP, Action Towards Reducing Aquatic Parasitic, Snail-borne Parasitic Diseases, which is a collaboration between this university, this great university, and the Africa Museum in Belgium. And I also have partners from University of Antwerp who are my supervisors. This study has already been approved through the Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies and also the Mass Ethics Committee and also the Science and Technology. Thank you for your asante.
It's careful. So, schistosomiasis is endemic in that area. This is Schistosoma mansoni, the one in the stool, not the one in urine.
Yes, along that side we have the one in stool and not in urine. And it is really highly endemic, especially along the legs. As I said, you will find almost everyone in the household is infected with the disease.
And you pose the question that despite
yes,
the praziquantel that is given regularly, still the endemicity is high.
Exactly.
You don't want to answer that?
So as I said, I am not a medical expert.
No. This
yes, I'm coming with the answer.
Social science.
From the social science point of view, I'm trying to ask a research question. Could it be that they have problems of social and cultural issues that affect them, their behaviors, that maybe make them not to respond to the drugs, for example? Maybe they don't understand certain things. Maybe they have attitude issues. How about the practices? That's what made us delve into assessing their level of knowledge, attitude, and practices.
Yeah, so as you intervene, I think you need to address that.
Yes.
You talk of those citizen scientists, right?
Yes, please.
Are they community members? Are they research assistants?
So these citizen scientists are actually community members of the communities, just any other ordinary.
Sort of like
when we engage them, when we interface with them, they are giving similar views with what the citizen scientists were giving.
Yeah, you have to explain that, otherwise you struggle to publish.
Yeah.
It's conflict of interest.
Yeah,
and then you get bias on an otherwise very good program.
Yeah. Correct. The praziquantel drugs, because most of them explain how they suffered, what action health-seeking steps they took. And they know most of them had never taken the drug before. Yes.
So we were suspecting resistance.
Yes. So very good.
To hear things like side effects of the drug, the drugs treated me badly, that's why I didn't take them. My neighbor took them and died, so I don't take the drug. Did you have such experiences?
We had such experience in Objective 2 when we were talking about their health-seeking behaviors. That is where the issue of the drug comes in, whether they went to the hospitals or whether they got any medication, whether they got any drug.
I think you are not understanding my question. You go back to the first two slides. You are the one who brought it. Okay? Just go back.
Yes,
sorry. That MDA.
Yes.
Okay. Can you talk to me about the MDA?
So MDA is in full mass drug administration. That is a program about the distribution of drugs, administration of praziquantel drugs to communities that are either that are endemic with the disease.
That are at risk.
Yes. This program had been there, actually has even been there, but when we were interviewing them, at the time we were interviewing them, they had taken almost 2 years without receiving the drug. Yes. Yes. Exactly. So you see, MDA does not treat permanently. If you take the drug now, okay,
from getting schistosomiasis.
That's exactly what I'm coming
Not
to. It acts in both ways. It is called preventive chemotherapy. If I am not a medic, maybe you will help me.
You see, Mr. It's not happening only in Kagadi or Toroko.
Yes.
If in other areas around Lake Victoria, around Lake Choga, they are getting the same. And if you are to enter that community, you must consider what is going on as an intervention. So, despite the praziquantel, what is happening? For you are trying to ignore it. And if you do that, then you present at the same time to be another loophole in your publication.
Exactly. Yes.
The net is to protect people from getting malaria.
Yes.
Okay? So that's what that drug does.
And unless you know the problem, you want to intervene in that community to improve their health status.
Thank you.
So anyway, you had 4 supervisors. Do they publish with you? Are they part of the authors of the?
Yes.
All of the 4.
Yes.
And you come to agree.
Yes. In fact, for the first paper, we were, I think, more than that, about 8.
So we can.
You have posed the question there. And you really have not seen any answers.
Wow. Can I go to the answer that I think is the answer?
Just tell me.
Okay, the answer here that I'm saying is that despite them getting the drugs, they still go back to they still have contact with the contaminated water.
Which
where
drugs? So among the people you looked at, are there some people who had reinfections?
Because of the statistics that shows almost all of them, that's 9 out of 10, are actually infected.
Reinfections?
Even reinfection is common in this same
I think
area.
you need to work with I think you need to work with your supervisors to get a medic to help you interpret these things very well.
I think that's very good.
Otherwise, you are working with probably only social scientists and you are trying to answer a medical related question. There is a course called medical anthropology. Maybe somewhere there could be a bit of a good interface, because I find it hard to take in everything you are telling me, because there is a program that is giving people drugs, are these people, but then people are getting sick. So my question is, are these people taking this drug? And there I would like a social scientist to intervene, because it's not the problem of the drug, it's probably not the problem of the organism, but it could be a problem of behavior. Okay? And those are things I wanted to hear about behaviors of these people vis-a-vis the drugs, not just the disease going to the water and what, because it is common sense. You cannot prevent this disease from the water, because people have to go to the water whether you want or you don't want. Even if a boat capsized there yesterday, people will go back to the same place. People have their own issues with you tell people boil water, they say when I take boiled water I get sick.
So actually,
Okay.
this is what you are saying. I didn't, because of time, I didn't make more emphasis on this, about the beliefs, the myths and misconceptions regarding the cause and also the prevention.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, so I think we have come to a close. I think the other panelists, did they finish? They have not finished. So what do we do? I think you rather call them and then we finish. So my friend, I think you really need a bit more attitudes.
It's on knowledge, attitudes. It has this also in it. You could read it.
No, it's good, okay, but I want to see people's knowledge and attitudes towards MDA. Towards MDA, that would make much more sense to me, because then it would mean that the government is investing money and that money is not making impact. Other than knowledge and attitude towards the disease, because everybody knows the disease is there. People will go to the water, the snails are there, you can't kill them. So the magic bullet now is to give them drugs. But are they taking these drugs? So that is work for you. Let's just wait briefly for the other team and then we will close.
You're watching a Youth TV, empowering you. You're watching a Youth TV, empowering you. You're watching a Youth TV, empowering you. You're watching a Youth TV, empowering you.